battle. Select your hero. Et maintenant, l'une de mes chansons préférées.
My business, my rules.
A moment to enjoy some peace and quiet. Probably just a moment, though.
Hello?
Reinhardt, you said you would arm wrestle me. Nervous?
Nervous? Me? Never!
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Hello?
I get the idea.
Much obliged.
Thank you. She's gonna blow!
Gotta work on that, eh?
Check out.
My greetings!
Let me
Yes.
stand.
Thank you kindly. You
Join
missed
me on
it
the
for the hills.
Objective
I'm on
A
fire.
captured. Commence attack on objective B.
Pass into the iris.
I am on fire!
You're powered up. Get in there.
That was not in the plan.
Watch out for the enemy! The enemy outnumbers us!
Огонь по готовности!
Thank you.
Bob, do something! Bob, do something! Here it comes! Bob, get out of there!
Nothing wrong with a little self-improvement. Time to change things up.
There's the enemy!
get you for that.
Lucio coming at you. Hello.
The only ghosts are the worries that haunt.
Dynamite out! Hey, cat! Do something!
Heroes never.
60 seconds remaining.
Nothing wrong with a little self-improvement.
I'm taking the point. I'm taking the objective.
I see an enemy.
Area denied. Pass into the
Smoke 'em
iris.
out of there!
30 seconds remaining.
We gotta pick up the pace. Time's running out. Get on the attack.
Let's clean up this mess. Just point.
Defeat. Play of the game.
It's time.
Traveling to Dorado.
Imagination is the essence of discovery.
Surrender to my will.
The moon base wasn't built in a day.
Minister.
You're safe for me. Not quite, but I am closer than I was before.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Activating self-destruct.
once more unto the breach. Their numbers are greater than ours. You're safe with me.
My son, my
Out! Further experimentation required. Area denied. This will protect us. The moon base wasn't built in a day.
Get here. I'm on fire!
You're safe with me. Put it out! Open your eyes. Barrier initiated. Someone home?
Walk it off.
Lesson learned.
Enemy here.
Hello there. This will protect us.
Get in there.
I hope I didn't upset anyone.
Life is not forgiving.
I need help.
We must strike them down.
Stop the payload.
Re-engaging.
Over there.
The moon base wasn't built in a day.
We must stop their progress. The flame of my soul.
Defeat. Play of the game. Arriving at Helios. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Imagination is the essence of discovery.
They've got us outnumbered.
The objective
They've
is
claimed the objective. Further experimentation required. Numbers are greater than ours. You are safe with me. Progress is still progress.
I'm on fire.
Pause it, Crusaders! This will protect us.
Get on point.
Onward and upward.
I wreak chaos.
overtime.
Baptiste here.
And ready.
Numbers, take caution.
First round lost. Score 0-1.
Trying.
Imagine the worst possible
Outcome. Now, avoid that.
Come on! I hate waiting!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Did someone call? Barrier initiated. This will protect us.
The objective is now active.
I've reached the objective. Let's coordinate our efforts. Barrier activated. Barrier initiated. Re-engaging. This will protect us. Hello. Lesson learned. Once more into the breach.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
I've reached the objective. Let's coordinate our efforts. Natural solution. I'm looking forward to working with you all.
We shall prove ourselves in glorious combat.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Round 3. Capture the objective.
This will protect us. Another chance. I'm on the objective. Rally to my position. Put it out. I've reached the objective. Let's coordinate our efforts. Progress is still progress.
Nanoboost administered.
This will protect us. Challenging, but anything worthwhile usually is.
Far behind.
Lesson learned.
Moira by your side.
Look out!
Stop me if you can. I'll burn it up. Over there.
They can't beat me if I keep on trying.
Surrender to my will.
Lesson learned. This will protect us. Hello there. I'm operating at optimal levels. I've reached the objective. Let's coordinate our efforts.
Secure for all the tales.
That was unbecoming.
As above, so below.
They're holding the objective. Barrier initiated.
We are losing the objective.
Justice reigns from above.
Not quite. But I am closer than I was before.
Defend the objective. I'm on fire.
They're holding the objective. This will protect us.
traveling to Iconwell.
Imagination is the essence of discovery.
Keep the skies clear for me.
It is not my preference to see to matters personally, but I will see them done.
Hello there.
Describing your work as unethical would be a kindness.
But the true question is whether or not you can deny my discoveries. No, I didn't think so.
Rounding out, forward shield.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Weapon system
Attackers
optimized.
incoming. Defend objective.
This will protect us. You have my gratitude. Thanks, Sealer. Ahead. Use caution. That's better.
Be nourished.
Another chance!
Enemy turret's not gonna bother us anymore.
Hail the Mahal!
Vital signs low. Turret ahead. Use caution. You're life-saving. Look out! I'm on a rampage. Through the miracle of science. Did someone call?
Enemy turret ahead. Hey, that's my objective.
Surrender to my will.
Molten core!
Gale!
Progress is still progress.
My duty is being done. Enemy
Heroes
turret
never die.
destroyed. They're on the objective. We should stop them, yeah?
Gale the Mahal!
All systems.
Further experimentation required.
Be right back. Translocating.
traveling to Mali.
My business, my rules.
I'm on fire. You'd be wise to stay out of my sight.
Helden sterben nicht.
I am ready to unleash coalescence.
She's gonna blow!
Surrender to my will.
Smoke 'em out of there!
For the Crusaders!
Keep watch.
Hey, you! You here!
That was not in the plan.
60 seconds remaining.
Let's check in.
Огонь по готовности.
Surrender to my will.
Helden sterben nicht.
Seconds remaining.
Not letting that stand. Stop playing around and get him off the point!
Enemy here!
Stop the payload.
It's high tide.
They are getting on my nerves.
I feel sad in the morning. I have found the enemy. Come and face.
Огонь по готовности. Gale the Mahol.
I'm under attack. Let's clean up this mess. Do something!
Het universum zingt voor mij.
They got us outnumbered! She's gonna blow! You get me riled up.
Rally to me!
Огонь по готовности. Wedding.
Helden sterben nicht.
She's gonna blow!
Barrier has been overwhelmed.
I'm gonna get you for that.
It's high noon. For the Crusaders!
Dynamite out! change things up.
Огонь по готовности!
Universum sink for my...
Surrender to my will.
Do something!
What he will.
Shot.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anytime.
60 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Dynamite out. Too close to the sun, you're gonna burn.
Come here. I'll heal you up.
Don't know when to quit, do they?
Victory. Play of the game.
It's high tide.
Do something!
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
Imagination is the essence of discovery.
Get in there!
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
This will protect us. Someone call? can't beat me if I keep on trying. Many thanks. Barrier initiated. Claim the objective. That's teamwork. You're safe with me.
No one can hide.
Quitting is not in my vocabulary. Once more, reach.
Fire at will.
Vital signs normalizing.
Best round lost. Complete. Score 0-1.
We're taking that objective.
Yes.
Damage output increased.
I suppose I'll be patching you up, as usual. Damage amplified.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Did someone call?
Afford to lose another.
Surrender to my will.
Progress is still
there.
progress. Once more unto the breach. Weapon system optimized. Barrier initiated.
Heroes never die.
Quitting is not in my vocabulary. We're outnumbered. Take caution.
Moira by your side. Over there.
This is the blood.
Defeat. Play of the game.
Birds of a feather get healed together.
Alright, microphone should be on back to the normal volume. Little too late to start this on time, but that's fine. We'll catch up here. Thanks again for tuning in, Ray. Try to go as far in ranked knockout as we can. Maybe look for another game of Gunfire Reborn. Maybe we won't be in the queue for 20 minutes. It's crazy how they took so long to add a ranked mode to this. It's good that the checkpoint is generous at least. Reason ask if you're focused on something with gunfire is because the translation on the game can be a bit weird. Yeah, I did notice that. It's very obviously a Chinese game with not the best localization. But who needs a localization as long as you have gameplay? Kind of same for Black Myth Wukong, I guess. Even though I barely managed to get to the second world of that game. Let me grab a little water here to better hydrate myself. Get rid of this dry throat I have. Just in general, water is a great thing. I like to think it's an official sponsor of not only this stream, all streams everywhere. Drinking water is probably the coolest thing one could ever do. Or at least it's up there. I really do like Gunfire Reborn quite a bit so far. I bought it on the recent Steam sale. I can see how the gameplay loop is really fun and addictive. And it's nice that they keep it alive with what seems to be yearly DLC. It seems like a pretty consumer-friendly model. Ooh, Spider-Man being behind us. Very cool. If I wanted to play Spider-Man and suck at something, I would just play Marvel Rivals. Why did I get pushed out there? Alright, so far so good. Oh no. Damn, I should not have said so far so good. That fucked me up. Can we bounce up here? Oh no. Fuck. Let me try this again. Only 2 out of 14 people will qualify. We still have a chance. Maybe I should just take the long way. Let me adjust my mic and try to read chat here. Ray says, yeah, and honestly, the game can be hard more you shit. More you get into the levels, like the enemies that have tracking bullets. Yeah, true. I think there's either 4 or 5 worlds, or levels, whatever you want to call them. I've only gotten to the second one so far. Ah, shit, level over. And we did not qualify. Well, let me know if you want to go for a second round. Or we can look for Gunfire Reborn again or do whatever else. I've played more than enough Overwatch today, so nearly anything except those. Or except that, rather. I was thinking of trying the Dead Space remake, some more of that, but I tried that the other day, and I couldn't get past a certain part that I think is supposed to be easy. I might have to start a new game on that. Anyway, let's not load into that one. We already were eliminated. A personal failure of mine that we were eliminated, but I'll spend the rest of the stream trying to atone for my Fall Guys sins. There's 4 levels, but you don't unlock the 4th till after you beat the 3rd. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think it's the same for all of them. You have to do the 1st, then 2nd, 3rd, 4th, so on. Unless you want some more Fall Guys, in which case, totally fine if you do. I'll queue us up for another game of Gunfire Reborn, and then, depending on how active the multiplayer seems, maybe just one game of Gunfire, or maybe we'll play more. I'm also re-downloading the 2016 Doom game after playing the Dark Ages. Thought that could be fun to replay. Some Assassin's Creed Shadows later. That game was actually a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Wasn't a big fan of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Didn't really like that one, but Shadows is much better for many reasons, I think. Maybe some more of the Helldivers 2 new update. It was pretty cool. Also been wanting to play some more Warhammer Space Marine and Ninja Gaiden. And Kingdom Come Deliverance. I got an update. Let's get the stream back up. Let there be not the unending void. Valhalla, everyone doesn't like it. Yeah, true. That was I think it was a weirdo. I think it was the single most commercially successful Assassin's Creed game ever, if not Ubisoft game ever, just in general. But I think the critical reception was kind of lukewarm at best. It really didn't grab me. Origins and Odyssey grabbed me at certain points, especially Origins. Odyssey was just more like busy work. It wasn't so big that it felt, anyways, let's try matchmaking. I really wish I could go straight into Elite or Nightmare. Say what you want about Doom, it lets you go straight into Nightmare. But I only have Normal unlocked. I would definitely be matchmaking on a higher difficulty if I could. But I can't, so I shan't. And I'll just cry all day about it. But yeah, Assassin's Creed Shadows is actually a lot more fun than I thought. Much better than Valhalla. Definitely recommend Shadows if you have a passing interest in the series. Some things it doesn't do too well, like it seems to have dropped the modern day story entirely, when it just got interesting at the very end of Valhalla, which kinda stings. We played 50 hours of Valhalla to get to the final half hour where it got interesting. And they seem to drop that entirely for Shadows. But the actual game, the historical simulation, so to speak, it's a lot of fun in Shadows. The colors are very pretty. I have 3 brain cells, so pretty colors are unironically a good selling point for me. Shadows has much prettier colors than Valhalla. If your internet also doesn't have a hiccup on your phone, true. Get Wi-Fi troubles. Honestly, just focus on leveling each of the skills and the talents. Yeah. Oh shit, we got a person, nice. We have someone carry. Should we wait for a 3rd or 4th player? Or should we ready up along with Blitz as soon as they're ready? Up to you, Ray. Appreciate you being my parasocial support. We're level 23, they're only level 25, so they may not be much better at me than this. I wish Assassin's Creed Shadows was co-op. Assassin's Creed Unity had a multiplayer mode. That was lit back in the day. I loved playing that back on PlayStation 4. Unfortunately, Assassin's Creed has been single player only for a long time now. Shadows is pretty cool, but it would be much cooler with 4 assassins on screen. I wonder if Glitz is waiting for more players to join, or if he's just getting ready on his own. Yeah, no worries, you're 198? Nice. Very happy to have you here, you know exactly what's going on. I predict I'll be playing this game a lot, as long as I can find matches online. Maybe I'll look in the Discord for Gunfire Reborn for a match. Not sure how active that is. But I'm glad I bought it. It's one of those games I can tell. It's very replayable, but also very fun at the beginning. You're very experienced in this game, I believe you. I believe you. Many games, or most games where you're a level, where you get to level 198, will be very experienced. I think I'm level like 400 and something in Grand Theft Auto Online. That's not an accomplishment. That means I don't have a life. Well, maybe GTA Online isn't the best example. There's so much in that game. Even being a really high level on that, there's a lot of game modes I've never played before, or don't know how to play. Overwatch is also not a great example, despite the hundreds of hours I put into that. I'm still ass at it. So maybe I don't have a great example of my own, but I get what you're saying. Glitz, our valued teammate, is either really committed or just playing the long game right now. He's not readied up quite yet. Maybe he really wants a full team. There's a lot in most games, true. Like you have over 700, 800 hours in the Monster Hunter series. Nice. I tried to get into Monster Hunter World. Couldn't quite click with me, which sucked because I played like the first 2, 3, maybe 5 hours. And then it just opened up and then I kind of fell off. But I got Wilds. The game kind of runs like ass, but it seems interesting. We want to try that some more at some point. Could play some Monster Hunter Wilds if you know what's up in that game. I have no idea how to play Monster Hunter. Like all kids, I enjoyed making Pokemon kill each other, but it's about where my creature collector experience ends. Anyways, Glitz ready up. Should we go or should we wait for our format? I'll leave it up to the chat. Wild is not the best on PC for optimizations. True. You speak the truth. You know what's even weirder? The Oblivion remaster runs even worse for me than Wilds. It's fucking crazy. A remaster of a 2006 game is worse off than Wilds for me. I'm sure everyone is different. Neither game runs very well. Gunfire Reborn runs very well, but it's a game explicitly meant to run on Switch and Android and iPhone, so I mean, it works for the game. It's got that art style. You can go, cool, let's fucking go. Hell yeah. I actually bought this after Doom the Dark Ages, because I wasn't really, sure if I wanted to replay Doom 2016, and I really wanted some more FPS action. And this game hits really well after Doom the Dark Ages. Both games are a lot of fun. I really recommend all 3 of the Doom reboot trilogy. Probably 2016 first, then Eternal and the Dark Ages. Dark Ages probably isn't super worth it unless it's on sale. It doesn't feel as ambitious as 2016 or Eternal. I'm not sure if the multiplayer for either of those games is still up. Could be fun. Tried one of the old multiplayer modes. You think Glitz is ready? Maybe we should give him a few seconds. Nope, he's ready. Awesome. Still may get Dark Ages, but you don't have the hardware? Yeah, I feel you. It's, I can only run it at like 30 FPS, I think. It has, forced ray tracing, which is no good. One more reason that the 2016 game and Eternal might be better. Or at least more replayable. I remember I wasn't super in love with Eternal until the Ancient Gods campaign DLC came out. After that, I love that game. So I don't really want to judge Dark Ages fully until the campaign DLC is out. But even so. Oh shit. More the Beatles. No one's favorite enemy. Well, I don't want to assume. But I feel pretty safe in assuming. Those are no one's favorite enemies. Maybe some Doom 2016 after this, if that's finished downloading. I was also re-downloading Baldur's Gate 3. That could be fun. Pretty smooth brand, so I can never figure out Baldur's Gate 3 before. But now that crossplay is out, maybe more people will be online to carry me through the game. That could be fun. Why are there 2 portals? It's interesting. Never saw that in a vault before. Yeah, you played both 2016 and Eternal. Ooh, fantastic. You've played a couple of amazing games then. A couple of my favorite FPSs of all time. Although, if we're being objective, Call of Duty might be my favorite just because of the absurd amount of hours I put into Call of Duty since the new Modern Warfare 2. I was the 2022 COD, I think. I also played a lot of Black Ops Cold War. I skipped Vanguard, that didn't really interest me. But Modern Warfare 2 and 3, those are my jam. Black Ops 6 was okay. I still played a lot of Black Ops 6. I still play, current tense, a lot of Black Ops 6. It just doesn't really capture me as much as Modern Warfare does. And the movement seems a little too fast for me, which is hilarious to say for Call of Duty. The most ADHD of games. Even maybe more so than the new Doom games. But maybe it's just a little too fast for me. They're cranking up that slider just a little bit too much for me in Black Ops 6. But I've still played it for hundreds of hours, so... Baldur's Gate 3 is a game of Dungeons & Dragons, you know. BG3, I do. I don't really know Dungeons & Dragons, but I do know Baldur's Gate 3. If you know D&D, I know of it, and I have a healthy respect for it. I've never really been able to really play it, though. I've always struggled sitting down with a paper and pencil. Just an ADHD struggle in general. Notice I can hardly keep focus on one game at a time. But this stream itself is emphasizing ADHD. There's a horned beetle up there. Really not anymore. Almost died, but not quite. Not doing too great at normal mode, can't lie. Shiver to think of what nightmare mode might be. This isn't quite as purely power fantasy as Doom is, especially Doom the Dark Ages, which is definitely an easier game than 2016 and Eternal. Not necessarily a bad thing, just whatever anyone's preferences. But just as a heads up, guns with those affixes are green and blue lines. They're what the game they will make the guns more powerful as they change how the weapons work. Okay. So like Borderlands, how you have weapon rarity and level tied to the color that they have the loot pickups, if I'm understanding correctly. Have up to 5 affixes. Okay, cool. I struggle with modifying weapons, having like engravings or runes or affixes or whatever. There's an achievement in Assassin's Creed Shadows, over like 40% of players have it, where you have to engrave your weapon one time. I am not one of the 40+% of players who has that. Because my smooth brain struggles with that. But if I have enough amazing viewers like you, we know what's going on. Let's get the most expensive one. What's that give me? No retreat? Wasn't gonna do it anyway. But I appreciate the motivation game. Anyway, I forget what I was saying. But with your help, we'll win this. I think I've beaten the first world before, either once or twice. But we'll beat the second world with your help. That's not good, that's a misclick. Thankfully, this game is peak, and we can cancel it. In some games, you press a button, and if you didn't mean to press that button, you get a little fucked. For example, Call of Duty, or Overwatch, or Marvel Rivals. Games I put way too much time into. But they all have that flaw. You press the wrong button and you get a little fucked. It happens to me more than once. Well, it's not rarity, the guns are just the affixes can add more crit, lucky shot, accuracy, stability, rate of fire, damage, and or elements. Okay, cool. So they're like modifiers for the guns. They can be strong or less strong. It's good to know, I appreciate that. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can carry 2 guns plus the default one that it starts you out with. So, a total of 3 guns, but effectively just 2 guns, really. I think I'm only carrying 1 right now. I need to find another to pick up, probably. I bet this game takes less time to load on Android than COD Mobile. You ever play COD Mobile? It's impressive that they can make a nearly one-to-one Call of Duty run on phones. But holy shit, that takes a long time to load. And it has like a new multi-gig update every month. Crazy. I've never played on PUBG Mobile, but I imagine the same thing. There's a reason why I want to have 2. You can carry 3, but 2 can be picked up. Okay. And when you say you can carry 3, you're including the default weapon that we're stuck with. So I don't think we can get rid of that, but I could be wrong. This one that I was using right. Oh shit, should not have gotten so close. Filled by an explosive barrel. That's cool that we died. Ooh, Steam achievement. I'm down to repaint history to say that I found that out. History is just whatever people in the room mutually decide it is. Maybe I can be a really born rich person and commission a textbook for curriculums across the world. But I'll say I was really good at this game. What am I saying? I would never lie. I would say that we were really good at this game. Let's go check out whatever the merchant here has. Not quite as cool as the merchant from Resident Evil 4, but still pretty damn cool as far as video game merchants go. I remember the merchant from Hades was a secret boss fight. Spoilers for that amazing game. It came out in 2020. If you've never played Hades, huge recommend. Absolutely love Hades. Great gameplay, great story, amazing soundtrack. Some moments are downright therapeutic and cathartic. You play over 500. Hades is one of them. I'm not sure what you mean by play over 500. You mean like you've played over 500 games? On Steam or elsewhere? It's pretty cool, if that's the case. And I'm glad that Hades is one of them. Hades deserves to be played by most people. The sequel, Hades 2, I've tried it, but it hasn't really clicked with me like the first one did. But I didn't play Hades 1 until it was, nice, we can enhance the weapon. Very cool. Until Hades 1 was already out of early access. So I don't want to judge Hades 2 until it at least hits version 1.0. But Hades 1, that feels like an all-time quest. Let's pick up a second gun. Oh, like 500 games plus, lost count. Cool, cool. Steam at least will show you how many games you have at the top of your library, so you can never escape your shame if you're anything like me. But I'm very happy for you that Hades is one of those games. Kinda like Gunfire Reborn. It's a very accessible, low-spec game that does a lot with its premise and budget. It really shows that creativity and enjoyment can come from anywhere. Let's talk to the peddler again. Top of our health, I guess. Let's get whatever's in here, then go inside the vault. Don't play on Steam much because your setup is piss poor? Yeah, fair enough. A ton of people play games exclusively through their phones. Even more and more AAA games are coming to phone. I remember back in, this is going to date me, but I remember back in 2011, I think it was, Grand Theft Auto 3 came out for iPhone and Android. I was like, holy shit, this is the coolest thing ever. They put Grand Theft Auto 3, a whole Grand Theft Auto game on the phones. Just on mobile hardware in general. And I feel pretty silly now in current year. Anyway, we've been abandoned once again by our teammate. Try not to let our abandonment issues get to us. Can't promise anything for the enemies though. This is going to be a sad but valiant attempt at doing this solo, but we'll try. At least we have a robot teammate. Almost as if he was here with us. Switch that gun. You can play this game though, thankfully. Yeah, that's a great thing about games like this, Gunfire Reborn and Hades. They're super accessible to people with potato computers. I'm lucky enough right now to not have a potato computer. I have a pretty good mid-range PC. It can run this game and Hades super well, and I get a healthy 30 to 40 FPS on Doom the Dark Ages. I could turn it down to low or medium and get 60 FPS, so I'm doing pretty well. Oblivion Remastered still runs like shit though. Not sure what's up with that game. Okay, how about this? If you end the game or die, you can hop on and share the ropes more. For sure, I'd appreciate that. Would love a teammate to help me out with this. I may need a break for now from Gunfire Reborn, but if you want to, I'm not sure how the friend request system in this game works, but could absolutely use some help next time I play this. Maybe later on the stream too, it just kinda depends what my mood is or what I need to do. Maybe after the end of this game I'll take a short break from this. Let's see, we have Cavalry 1, or Cavalry +3 and +2. I guess we'll just dump as much as we can into the stronger one. Is the robot going to trigger the boss fight? That'd be pretty bold of it. Send your Steam code so you can accept it there. Cool, cool. It's mostly that. Nice, nice. Let me know if you put your Steam chat, or Steam rather, code in the Twitch chat or the channel Discord. Either way is good, whatever's easier for you. Let's have about 30 seconds to collect ourselves, get a little more crunk, then we'll walk into the boss fight and hope for the best. Nope, the robot is going to trigger the boss. That's a bold AI. Alright, put it in the Twitch chat, good. Let me let the, damn, the robot is cleaning that shit up. Did Glitz come back to carry me? I would love it if that was the case. Let me, plug this into Steam. We're missing a really cool fight right now, but we're doing something even cooler. Alright, Ray Cruel on Steam, I like it. Invite sent. Let me know if you don't have it. No, sadly there's no mid-game join. Ah man, that's too bad. I really like this game, but that's the first objectively terrible thing that I've heard about it. The devs seem to support it kinda well. Hopefully there's some possibility for that. I know the game, so I don't know if that's technically possible for this under the hood or what. If the LEGO games can come so far and iterating on the multiplayer, look at oh shit, could have done that better, but I didn't. Look at the first LEGO game multiplayer to LEGO Skywalker Saga. It's like night and day. Anyway, don't know what the point is. Something about the LEGO games? Oh yeah, multiplayer in this game. Before they add game join and some of it. The boss is actually going way better than I thought. They said that the real Glitz left and that he was replaced by a robot and getting carried so hard. Doubting that's actually a robot. Accepted? Nice, nice. Happy to have you as a Steam friend, even happy to have you as a Gunfire Reborn and a stream friend. Very happy to be carried by my viewers. Not imagining cooler people be carried by her to play games with. Not sure if Glitz if that's actually Glitz or if that's the robot. Should I be mildly disappointed that the robot failed to save me or that the real human failed to save me? After this, are you interested in seeing Doom 2016? I have Final Fantasy 16 as well. We got a Steam achievement for that, even though I'm like 96% certain I've beaten this world before. Maybe not. Would not be the first time I've been mistaken about my own thin facsimile of a memory. Got a power-up scroll. Very cool. Any gun that's good to give away. I'm not really sure what's worth getting. Not sure if we should wait for Glitz to go into the portal since, well, I guess he's coming with us anyway. I still don't know if that's an AI or not. Now we're on the desert world. World 2 of any Mario game. Also World 2 of Gunfire Reborn. Shout out to World 2 being the desert world. Refreshing stagnant well water in the middle of the desert. My favorite. Ray says, so the well can hear you. Okay, no, never mind. I don't actually know that. I just stood by the well and saw the button prompt. So I really do appreciate the tip. Probably be shocked at things I don't for this game and many others. Got another power up, very cool. I assume that's what scrolls are, at least, just power ups to the entire room. Is there a bolt down there? Or was that just another exit? Oh, it's just a regular invisible wall. Coded game mechanic. Transparent invisible walls are also in Devil May Cry and Doom. Ray says, one thing that's nice is the moment you get to the rest site, you can safely exit the run and it will save your progress. Oh, cool. I did not know that. That's pretty cool. By rest site, do you just mean those small levels at the beginning of each world? Very cool. Is it possible to, ooh, a merchant. Is it possible to, exit the run and save and come back later with you and like a real human teammate? I appreciate getting carried by the robot teammate. But I assume it's still a robot because the game told us it's a robot now. But, it doesn't hit the same as a human teammate. Yep, nice. Very happy to hear that. Let me know if it's worth it to go back to speak to that merchant after we're done killing all the enemies here. I'm not sure if the human player made an intelligent decision to take my gun or if the robot just did that. For the join in part, not sure, maybe. Also, that merchant is a smith. Cool. We can go back for him if you want. The most I know about smithing in video games is using a blacksmith forge in Skyrim to make like 100 high-end daggers. If you see him, it's just a smithy. The frog is the actual merchant. Oh, cool. I guess I just meant merchants in like the generic sense, but I see what you mean. Words have meanings. And to preserve language, it's important to observe the meanings. I knew that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has a pretty involved smithing system. But I quit that game after it made me do like a dice minigame that I was too dumb to understand. Still a great game, just haven't gone back to it. You can definitely try that if you want. We have Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Final Fantasy 16, Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, Doom the Dark Ages. Probably more stuff. I have NBA 2K25 for some reason, even though I'm terrible at it. Baldur's Gate 3, even though I don't even understand it, let alone I'm terrible at it. Smith's anvils and the merchants just a bag? Okay, interesting. I remember in Hades 1 at least, the smithing items were some of the most powerful upgrades you could get, so we'll try to keep an eye out for that in the future. I'm not sure if it's the same in this game, of course. You ever played The Last of Us 2? That's an amazing game. Recently played the remaster on Steam. Comes with a combat roguelike mode, kind of like this. It's totally single player, which sucks. There was an online online spin-off game of Factions that Naughty Dog was developing. Then they cancelled it sometime after Concord failed. At least I can keep killing myself slowly with Overwatch and lava rifles, and Call of Duty. And now this game. I played The Last of Us, but not the second because of the controversy of Last of Us 2. I feel you. Yeah, the story will always be a personal preference kind of thing. But my preference is that I really like the story. Ooh, Thunderstorm. Let's make that a +4. Nice. I really like the story and the gameplay. I think most people agree that the gameplay of Part 2 is better. Story will always be subjective, but in my opinion, it's really good. I would say that the story of Part 1 is kind of like a cliche, but still really well done retelling of many movies, and it's impressive, especially for 2013 when the game came out. That video games could so well and so accurately and so immersively reproduce that kind of movie. But I would say that for Last of Us 2, the technology and the storytelling has gotten to the point where it feels like more of its own original, like, sort of HBO prestige television series. Like, it could have been its own prestige show, quote unquote. It's not my term, it's just a term I read on the internet. Like Breaking Bad or The Sopranos or Game of Thrones. But instead they made it a video game. Like, it has so much involved in story and perspective. Gameplay is a ton of fun. So I'm a big fan of the second game. And I like the first game, but I don't think it's nearly as replayable. As I played, I finished the second game even on grounded mode. I wouldn't mind doing it again. Or playing the combat mode on grounded mode if you're interested. But I also want to play one of the Dooms on Nightmare mode. Maybe the Dark Ages if you want to see that. If you haven't seen the Dark Ages, then you would like to, you know? You'll quickly draw similarities in the unrelenting first-person shooter violence between this and Doom the Dark Ages. Part 1 is great for sure because the dynamic between Ellie and Joel feels real true. I think both games, Part 1 and Part 2, have some really good character interaction that I really enjoy. By the way, the dark-faced bandit hit him in the back. Oh, cool. Damn, I wish I read that before I finished the encounter. But if I look at Twitch chat, I'm not looking at the screen, and we both know how that goes. Did our friend, the AI, go into the vault? Looks like he did. Can't get a read on the AI in this game. I'm assuming Glitz is an AI robot, but I don't know. Isn't there text chat in this game? I think there is. Let's just ask him if he's real. Hey, are you real or bot? Poetry. And stream looks good. Glitz encounters the elite henchman, and I also encounter the elite henchman. this stream, we have to teach ourselves to advocate for ourselves. Look at us also encountering the elite henchman. Motherfucker looks like an enemy from Doom. I mean that as a compliment. You know, the Marauder enemy is not in Doom Dark Ages, which I'm very thankful for. Ow. Damn, what drained my health? Got absolutely stomped on like I was a fucking fire ant, biting at the rubber soul of an exterminator above me. God damn it. Don't know what absolutely melted me, but something did. You think he is real because of a rejoin thing? If someone disconnects randomly, they could rejoin? Oh, cool, cool. I had no idea that there was a priority rejoin like in Marvel Rivals or Overwatch. Very, very cool. I love playing a game where a viewer knows a lot about the game. I can learn so much. You have no idea the amount of hours I put into games. I have no idea what's going on. I fucking rolled credits on Assassin's Creed Shadows. I still have no idea what's going on in that game. It gets my recommendation if you have the hardware to run it. Kinda like Doom the Dark Ages or Indiana Jones. Unlike Hades or Gunfire Reborn, it's a graphically strenuous game. Which is unfortunate. But for the people who can run it, I would recommend it. Your console is a 2013 Xbox One? Hell yeah, that's a vibe, I like it. And you don't? Yeah, that's no problem. I wish everyone would have a high-end gaming PC, but not even I do. I got a 2080, an NVIDIA GeForce 2080, which isn't bad. It can run mini games. Most games. It can run, well, pretty much all games, just for like low or medium settings. I'm very happy with it so far. In a few years, I think AAA games might start outpacing it. But as long as I can run things on lower medium settings and it looks fine, it's good with me. Doom the Dark Ages still looks great at low settings, so I'm fine with it. But a 2013 Xbox One is still a vibe. Lots of games are still made for the base Xbox One and PlayStation 4, including Elden Ring. I think the new Elden Ring is coming out for the old consoles, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. Don't let me give you hope where none may exist. But yeah, don't blame anyone for not upgrading to PS5 or Xbox Series consoles. They seem very overblown to me. Call of Duty, including Black Ops 6, including the new one, still coming out on PS4 and Xbox One. And if you can run Call of Duty, you can run really anything that devs care enough to make available to you. Pretty sure Hades 1 and 2 is on the, should I say, current gen or last gen consoles. I don't know where we're at culturally. Can't run any of the newer games, it just either crashes or you can't do it. Yeah, fair enough. I couldn't expect an Xbox One to run Doom the Dark Ages. I really hope they make ray tracing optional. I feel like if ray tracing was turned off, the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 could run Doom the Dark Ages. I'm not sure what the justification behind mandatory ray tracing is, but I don't think it really adds anything. It's a very pretty game, but most spots, in like 90% of the game, it's not noticeably prettier than Doom Eternal. Which isn't a bad thing. Doom Eternal was a very pretty game. So was Doom 2016. If those consoles can run Red Dead Redemption 2, I'm not really sure what the other games are missing. Red Magic Potion, Blue Magic Potion. And now I'll stick with Blue Magic Potion, but if I made the objectively incorrect choice, if we need to be a Red Magic Potion stream, I'm always down. Ignorance is bliss, but also please feel free to cure my ignorance about anything. All these bandit retainers, I have no idea what hit them. Oh shit. Getting my health drained once again, that's not great. Let me call forth meteors upon my opponents. It says, hey, this game is unplayable on this device for your console, so you can't play Wilds. Oh, that sucks. I'm hoping you get something that can play Monster Hunter Wilds. It always sucks when a game and a franchise comes out that you're a fan of, that you can't play for whatever reason. If you would like to live vicariously through this channel and coach me through how to play Wilds, we would both win something because I finally know how to play Wilds. It was either health or shields, depends on the scroll you get, the paranormality, or flesh and bones. I like that word, paranormality. And I hear you. Thank you for the tip. Let's hold it down until we can respawn. Whatever that turns out to be. I think he can buy a respawn at the peddler. They would have to buy you back. Okay, okay. Well, I'm glad I remember correctly. Let's see if they can, or if this is, where we take a small break from Gunfire Reborn. Absolutely want to play more of this later. Hopefully when you can join me. I think for now I need to take a small break, get us a palate cleanser, for both myself and the channel. If there's any specific or any kind of game you'd like to see me play, just let me know. He's not dead yet, so we're still winning by association. Looks like we got a quick game over. That's fine, we own our failures, but at the same time, I think that's hardly a road bump, barely an inconvenience. Which talent tree should we invest in? Is there like an objectively best choice, do you think? Or are we just are we just trying to max out the talent trees in general? Survival? Cool, cool. And Ray said, yeah, that's perfectly fine. You don't mind what game, you're just here for the ride. Hell yeah. Having no opinion is equally valid to having an opinion. I want to be welcoming to all kinds of viewers. Both people who have opinions and people who don't have opinions. And survival, you said. Hell yeah. You said it, and I heard it. Level 30 required, so I'm working with these 3 skills for now. That's totally fine. Nice, we got 2 upgrades in each of them. Love to see it. The more you can live, the better you can go for longer runs. True, true. Hopefully they balanced it to where I'm not expected to survive until like the 3rd or 4th world until after I get many upgrades. Why does it say I have a newcomer? This is like I've done many runs. Well, not many runs. This is like my 5th run of the game. Doesn't want me to pick another hero. We got a few more accolades. Very cool. If you have any favorite character, let me know. We can be whoever you want. That guy reminds me of the protagonist monkey from Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, some more levels you get, we'll get 2 more heroes. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, I like the look of the Lox heroes, but I like the look of the heroes we have as well. I like the selection in general. New DLC for this will definitely be going on my Steam wishlist. Babe is Zhao, if I'm saying that correctly. But he's very, very confusing. Interesting. Would be a very fun character for me to try out on the next run. In the meantime, which game should we play? I can just put my Steam library on stream. No opinion is equally valid, but at the same time, feel free to let me know if anything catches your eye. Baldur's Gate 3 would be fun, but don't underestimate me when I say my brain is too smooth for that game. Maybe some Helldivers 2. Street Fighter 6 is amazing. Love Street Fighter 6, even though I'm terrible at it. Last of Us Part 2 is a masterpiece. Been meaning to play more Space Marine 2. Can help with Baldur's Gate 3, at least understanding, for sure. Been looking for an excuse to play more of that game. Let's make sure this loads up correctly. I think I was an hour or two in. Let me know if I should just start a new game, or if I should keep going. I don't remember anything that's happened. Not sure if it's worth it to start again or not. Full disclosure, I've only ever played as the Dark Urge, and I think it's most fun to play as the Dark Urge. If you really, really want me to be a virtuous hero, I am open to it. This is a parasocial collaborative experience at the end of the day. But I enjoy being the Dark Urge so much. I think it's so funny to just tell people that I want to murder people. I would have to be very convinced to not be the Dark Urge. And let's just start fresh. Alright. Honestly, that's a good choice. It's been over a year for me. I remember we were infected by a parasite, by something Lovecraft thought up. Then we crash landed into the hinterlands. And we were asked to mediate some conflict between a couple of D&D races. Let's see if we can get this totally full screen. I love my Windows taskbar, but I like my game being full screen even more. Also, if the game is easier to control with a controller or keyboard and mouse, let me know. For driving games and like third-person action games, I always go with the controller, but for FPSs, I always go with keyboard and mouse. I'm not sure what to go with for this one, so let me know. Let's go from full screen to windowless, full screen, borderless window. Perfect. I recommend using someone else's. Dark Urge changes the story a bit. I'm okay with changing the story a bit. If us being evil changes the story a bit. It's just us making the story better, probably. Alright, all the settings look pretty good. I think it's better using mouse since it's turn-based, while a lot of encounters you can't do as Dark Urge. Okay, interesting. I'll try using the mouse. I really do want to play as Dark Urge, but that is... Oh shit, why did... Okay, everything's back. Took a moment to redo the menu. That's fine. I think if there's things that we will probably want to explore difficulty, there's a good chance we won't get anywhere else if we're not on that difficulty. But we can do balanced, if you'd like me to start a balanced game. I might replay the game not as Dark Urge, if there's several encounters that we can't do. Here's a question: which playstyle do you prefer? I play so little of these turn-based RPGs in general that I'm not really sure which my playstyle is. When I've tried this in the past, I think I tried being a sorcerer or some kind of magic class, but I'm not really sure. So, whichever class you think we should go with. We watch this guy infect us with tadpoles. For like maybe the 4th or 5th time I've seen this. Do you like support, damage, tanking, healing? In competitive games I usually heal. But in a single player game like this, I imagine it'll just make it feel slower if we heal rather than dealing damage. But I could be wrong. Ooh, that evil noodle is about to crawl into her eye. You think it feels like someone squirting jello between your eyelid? Well, the game isn't just single player, but if you don't want to heal, that's okay too. I'm totally down with healing. And I know it's multiplayer, but I think most people usually play it as single player. But if you would like to join in, I would love to have you or anyone else do this. It's been over a year since I've played, so I'll reset the tutorial. Should we visually customize our Dragon Boy, our evil Dragon Boy? Or do you like the default look for the Dark Urge? Our character should be whatever the stream builds together. Can we be a different race and still be the Dark Urge? Oh, we can be. Cool. I didn't know that. And again, the Dragonborn does have that draconic sex appeal. Can't because hardware doesn't work. Fair enough, fair enough. Firstly, let's look at classes. Alright, cool, cool. And you can be different race. Yeah, nice. It's a cool touch. Yeah, let's look at classes. I agree. Bard could be pretty funny. A Dark Urge Bard seems to make sense on some level. I think I've tried being the Sorcerer before, but I don't really remember any of that. Each race has different traits and passives. Okay, cool, cool. Kind of like Elder Scrolls in that sense. I've played many hours of Skyrim, so any Skyrim comparison I'll probably understand. I think Bard would kind of be funny just to go around with the ukulele on her back. Or the violin. That's not a ukulele, that's a violin. Maybe Sorcerer too, to cast magic. It is pretty classic to cast Fireball on our enemies in D&D. Ray says, so let's say this, wizard, sorcerers, cleric, druid, paladin, and cleric are magic based. Okay, cool. Actually glad you said that. I was wondering about paladin and cleric. Those didn't, I wasn't able to just immediately tell. Like monk, you assume is magic based. Warlock, sorcerer, of course. You said cleric twice? Oops, I barely even noticed. Very smart of you to catch your own mistake, though. Cleric is a support heal type? Alright, cool. Would you say it's worth it to, heal... I mean, I would love to do this in multiplayer, but assuming we'll be playing this in single player the majority of the time. Would you say it's worth it to play as a cleric? Because I'm not sure if healing robot or AI-controlled teammates will be the most productive. But I really don't know anything about this game. Like I said, I'm very incredibly smooth-brained when it comes to this. I really like the character creator. We can make our guy naked. Look at his dragon penis. That's pretty peak. Not on this screen. After we decide on a class, we can look at his dragon penis. But other than that, I have no idea what to choose for. Mind sending a link for the Discord? I can if you want, but there should be a invite link on the front page of the Twitch channel, and that should work forever. It should be one of those links that never expires. But if that doesn't work, just let me know. Paladin may be the best if it's take damage. I would kind of like to cast some really weird spells, even though that's probably like the high level magic I assume is pretty late into the game. And I'd be shocked if I get late into a game this dense and complicated. Well, wizard maybe can do even crazier magic than sorcerer. I'm not really sure what the difference is. VC? Cool, cool. I'll join the VC. You might be on stream though, just so you know. Let me check Discord, join the VC. Alright. What up, Ray? Thank you for joining the stream.
Okay. So,
Not sure if my own
there's a
microphone is
lot
getting
in
through.
Baldur's Gate 3 that kinda changes depending on how far you get with the classes and the leveling of said classes, because there's things called subcategories or subclasses on the main thing. And each one is completely different and separate from the other.
Alright.
If your mic is working on Discord, because I don't know if it is or isn't.
I don't think my mic is working on Discord. I'm gonna try to get that working. Thank you for letting me know. I'll look at these subclasses as soon as we decide on a class, and I'll try to get my Discord thing working here. I thought I had a certain keybind set for Discord itself. Apparently I didn't.
Your mic is not working on Discord, so I can't hear you. I guess while you're waiting for that, while you're trying to figure that out, I will just let you know what each classes do and what they kind of scale off of. So...
Alright, Mike should be working on Discord now. I appreciate you. Thank you.
There you are. Hi.
Hey there.
So, from the classes from the top left to the bottom right, they kind of go like this. Barbarians are your pure tank DPS types. They are the most healthiest character class that you can choose. They... Like, when I say they are tanky, I literally mean like they have the biggest health pool out of all of the other classes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Bards are your support magic casters, so they're more like focused on actually giving your characters more supports in order to make them perform a lot better. They can still do damage, but it won't be as much. Clerics are also pretty tanky, but they are also a support healing type class, which means that they can still dish out some damage depending on the situation, but they like to heal and or focus on providing your teammates to, keep them alive. And you can find a character known as Shadowheart who is a cleric that you can that you can pick up, so that's what I'm saying, like, you don't really need to worry about cleric if you don't want to heal, because you will just have one anyway.
Okay, cool. I think I remember Shadowheart from the tutorial. We find her in one of those pods, right?
Yes.
Cool.
The Druid is a shape-shifting class. You can turn into animals and actually use the plants around them. So they are another magic user, but they are more focused on plants.
Oh, that sounds neat.
The Fighter is your basic fighter, but they can hit so many times. Like, you can literally hit up to 8 times in one turn, essentially.
Okay, cool.
They have the most resources to just go, I'm gonna smack this thing as many times as I wish.
Nice, that'll be useful.
Yeah, monks are a little bit more advanced as fighters, but they're not as, they don't hit as many times as the fighter, but they still have resources to almost kind of be on par with them, but not really. Because they have resources called key points, which allow them to do other moves on top of their original moves, essentially. So as an example, if you hit once with a weapon, you can activate a thing called Flurry of Blows, which then allows you to hit not once, but twice.
Okay, cool.
Paladins are also one of the tankier DPS types like the Barbarian. They're not as high, but they will have the ability to cast magic and a thing called Smite. And basically it's just adding radiant damage or like another damage type onto their weapons as they smite an enemy. So, yeah.
Okay, yeah. This is a...
Ranger...
Yeah?
Yeah, Rangers are like a more... They're a bit weird, because they have things that are like nature-based, kind of like the Druid, but it's also like... It's kind of hard to explain about them, because there's not really much good info on them, other than like a couple of the subclasses which are neat. But the main thing is like, they are more squishy, and they kind of act like a DPS support as well. but they don't provide any benefits to as much to the team other than like, hey, I can have a familiar with me.
Okay, cool.
Rogues are the sneakiest of stealth boys. Like, they literally can disappear in front of an enemy's sight. Like, that's how stealthy we're talking.
Alright, cool. I guess if I like stealth, I'll be a rogue. It's super impressive how you know all this. I hate to interrupt you to say that, but I also don't want you to like feel pressure to explain all the classes, even though it's really cool that you are.
No.
Like, please do if you like that.
No, like I said, I'm just going to take it slow so you kind of understand what each class can do.
Cool.
Sorcerers are
I appreciate it.
magic
I just don't want you to feel pressured to do it if you don't want to. So really appreciate it.
No, I am perfectly fine explaining it. Like,
awesome. I appreciate it.
D3 and D&D can get very complicated very quickly. So I'm just breaking it down in bite-sized pieces so you can actually understand it more often. So then you can kind of learn more of the intricacies the more you play.
For sure, it's a great way to learn D&D.
Yeah, so I'm literally just breaking it down slowly and surely just so it's digestible and enough to understand what each of these classes can do.
Awesome.
Yeah. So sorcerers, it is a magic class that you were able to see where they can start slinging spells and whatnot, but they have a thing called meta magic. And what meta magic does, it allows them to change the nature of how the spells are performed. So for an example, like let's say I want to cast a spell called Magic Missile. Now I can twin cast, which allows me to not just send one magic missile to multiple enemies on the first cast, but I can actually send 2 to multiple enemies, doubling the amount.
Alright, cool. Yeah, that does sound useful.
Warlocks are also a magic class, but they are also a magic melee, and they love a spell that is specifically tailored to them called Eldritch Blast. So they are like more necromantic, or more necromantic in a sense. So they are not like a like wizards or sorcerers where they can kind of just cast spells of elemental base. They're more like, hey, I'm going to use necromancy to fight you, essentially. But they can be either a spell casting slinger or a dual magic user. So they can either fight with melee or with magic.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And then wizards, they have the most access and available of spells than from every other class. They can learn pretty much any spell in the game.
Wow, yeah, that is cool.
But it would cost gold in order to learn new spells, so...
Okay.
There's a downside and an upside.
I'll probably, hopefully, be making some gold anyway. Not sure how the Baldur's Gate economy works, but hopefully.
Yeah, so... Each class can scale off of specific things. So if you look in the right side of the screen, where if you look at that, do you notice how there's one that is higher than the rest with a star above it?
Yeah, where it has the 1 right here, does that mean that's a higher level than something without that?
So, what it means is that that class scales best with that stat. So, wizards... So, basically, wizards scale the best with intelligence. Clerics can scale best with wisdom. Rangers scale best with dex. Fighters scale best with strength.
Alright, cool.
So
that's good to know.
Yeah, you can tell what they scale off of by the little star.
I guess that'll approach how we generally try to do combat situations. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so depending on the class that you're going for, you want to have them the highest as much as you can, and the max is 20.
Okay,
so
cool.
That's how that works.
Yeah, that's good to know. Based on your descriptions, I'd probably say that either the wizard, maybe the fighter, or the druid would be most interesting. Because I think the animal and plant magic's pretty cool with the druid. I love the access to magic that the wizard would have. The fighter's abilities seem really useful for all the combat we'll be doing. And the bard, I think, could
barbarian,
be cool.
like, each class has something unique to them that they can do the best at. So, barbarians, they have a thing called Rage, where if they activate it, their damage gets higher, they take half as much damage on bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing type based attacks, and they can pretty much hit much harder, giving them advantage on every attack they hit. But they also give advantage to the enemy if you decide to use that attack.
Okay, interesting. Very high risk, high reward kind of thing.
Yeah, so they are high risk, high reward, and the downside is that you cannot use them with armor because they have a thing that allows them to scale their armor class, aka their AC, with con and dex. So the higher both of those are, the higher their AC, or the less likely they're going to get hit, I should say.
Okay, cool. That's good to know for the barbarian. I like the battle axe he has on his back.
Yeah, but there's many weapons. Like, some of them are much better than the battle axe because you'll find like ones that have weapons that are basically set on fire, others that can cost like do psychic damage when you hit an enemy and then do it again and again.
Very cool.
Like, you'll find a lot of cool weapons in the game for sure.
Even cooler spells, probably. I think a magic class would be fun. I'm kind of thinking
there's a lot of spells in the game
for sure.
Already.
I'm kind of thinking of either the wizard or the druid or the bard, unless you think it's better to be in physical combat. I think if we're the bard, solving a lot of situations with charisma would be fun.
You know, like I said, it really depends up to you.
Okay,
so,
for sure.
Usually what I like to do is just ask what type of playstyle you would prefer. So that's why I said, do you like doing damage? Do you like tanking? Do you like supporting? Or do you mind not healing? Then I kind of narrow it down, like which classes you would actually like.
Yeah, for sure. That's a great way to think of it. I guess in a lot of RPGs, like I kind of think of Fallout, I like to kind of use charisma to talk my way out of situations. Is that possible in this game a lot? Because if so, I think Bard might be the best choice. And
there are 3 classes that actually, 4 classes that allow you to use charisma.
Oh, cool.
Bard, Paladin, and Warlock. Paladin is strength primarily, but a lot of his spells are charisma based.
Okay, cool.
So that's why if you look at the stats, if you notice how charisma is at a 15 compared to like all of the others, that's why.
Strength is the starred one at 17.
Yeah, where it's like that's the main thing that they scale off of because they are a melee fighter, but it's not the primary way of making them much stronger. Charisma is the other way.
Okay.
Warlocks, Bards, and Sorcerers, they all scale off of charisma very well, but with Warlocks they also have like they're a little bit more tankier compared to it, while as Sorcerers they have the most access to magic, and Bards help support the team by giving them a thing called Bardic Inspiration, which allows them to give hits a little bit more often to people, and they can also counter other spells and whatnot.
Okay, cool. Based on off of what you said, it seems like
buffer for bards.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it seems like the sorcerer might be best since they seem to have charisma as the start stat. They seem to scale off of that, so I could use charisma and I would have access to a lot of spells. And they kind of shapeshift and use plants like Druid can. That seems like a really fun magic set that Druid has.
Druid is the only one that can do that.
Okay. Well, it's tempting to be a Druid then, but I think I'd probably in our playthrough value the charisma of Sorcerer or Bard or something. That'd probably be more useful.
Like I said, it's perfectly fine. It is up to you on which one you want to choose. They all have their own strengths and they all have their own weaknesses. Plus, if you don't like the class, you can find a NPC character later that you can actually just spend some gold to change the class outright.
Oh, so fantastic.
You're not stuck.
Cool. I was thinking I just assumed that we would be. So I guess I'll be either a Bard or a Sorcerer. Let's see, Warlock has the same charisma, so maybe a Warlock. Let's check out
and like I said, Warlocks, they can either be both a melee fighter or a spell slinger. It depends on what your playstyle is. The downside is that Warlocks do not have the best spell slot capacity. Like, literally, it is very small compared to Bards and Sorcerers.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I guess between Bard and Sorcerer then, since we've kind of narrowed it down, I guess the difference is that Bards tend to have more physical weapons and Sorcerers obviously use magic spells to fight. Am I missing anything else there?
And like I said, Sorcerers, they tend to sling spells the most, and they can change the nature of spells, while bards, they act as more as supports and buffers / debuffers. They can still sling spells, but it's not as massive compared to sorcerer.
Okay, cool. I guess I'll be a sorcerer then, but that sounds good to you. Thank you for helping me narrow it down.
Yeah, no worries. So, now let's actually go to the race and then the sub-race, depending on which one you choose. So, race is the second from the top.
Alright. I think the Dragonborn probably looks the coolest. Is there any race with the perk that I should know about that might change the way of play?
Well, if you just go through all of them. So, like, elves as an example, they have dark vision, so they can actually see better in the dark. Plus, they can give more benefits depending on the stats as well. So, if you look underneath where it says elf with ethereal countenance and long lifespans, elves are at home with nature's power, flourishing in light and dark alike. If you go below that where it says race features, that's actually what it's giving you for the for that class if you choose the elf as the race. So you can hover over race features on the left side, and you can see like what it gives.
Yeah, I'm hovering over them now. I'm not sure how in sync it is with Discord especially. Sorry if there's an echo, by the way. But I do see them. That's really good to know. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, so, Tieflings, I would say, is probably one of the other types that you can go for because they also scale best with charisma.
Interesting.
And they give a lot of things to allow that. Dragonborns are pretty good as well, don't get me wrong, but there's also half-elves that will do the same thing, which scales off charisma base, so it's either between Tieflings, half-elves, or Dragonborns.
Well, that's cool. I didn't know that different races scale differently off of certain attributes, and I also have noticed that Dragonborn only has the one race feature, whereas elves, tieflings, and half-elves, they all seem to have a lot more than that. It's really cool.
Yeah.
That's cool
so
and
that's
convenient.
why, and the reason why I say Dragonborns as well is because they have a other attack that they can do, which is a breath weapon. So they have one more thing that they can use. But Tieflings have other things. Same goes with half-elves. It depends. But then if you go into the sub-race, depending on which race you actually play as, it also changes what features they get.
Oh, this is cool how we can change the color of our dragon. That's cool.
Yeah.
Do you have any favorite actions or any favorite colors that you'd like us to be?
Not really. Like, this one is all... Because, here's the thing. Even if you choose the sub-race, you can still change the entire look of them. Even if they are chosen as, like, let's say, a silver race, you can still make them blue.
Okay, cool. So it's more about just picking the best perk for our situation?
Yeah, so with Dragonborns, each sub-race has a different breath weapon. So silver gives them ice, black gives them poison, red and copper give them fire.
Okay, that's cool to use like fire breath, a fire spell. Well, white by default, white gives us the same ice breath that silver does, if I'm not wrong.
White and silver both give ice. Red and gold give fire. Green and copper, I believe, is poison or acid. And then black is acid. I know that for sure. And I think blue is lightning, and bronze is lightning. I think.
Oh, yep. Blue is lightning. Bronze also lightning. They have brass in between the two for some reason. But you're right about bronze and blue.
Yeah, so in this instance, you can choose whichever Dragonborn you want. It just depends on which breath weapon you prefer.
Okay, do you think any particular type of breath will be like more useful than the others throughout the playthrough? Or do you think it's just down to...
Like I said, this one is up to you. Like, it really does depend up to you. As your first playthrough, I just say pick and choose which one you think would be more nice in your personal opinion.
Sure.
And you're not using it as the main weapon, you're using it just as more of a backup weapon, just in case.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna be a black dragon just because it reminds me of Alduin from Skyrim, to be honest. And if we can change our appearance, then we can make this guy look however we want. There's also subclass,
so now,
if there's anything you recommend.
Yeah, so let's go to subclass first before we go into the spells and cantrips.
Sure.
So, with subclasses, like I said, they change the nature of how the class actually works. So Draconic Bloodline basically makes them more dragon lineage, that gives them more features involving that. So they're a little bit more tanky compared to most. Storm Sorcery allows them to be more focused on lightning, making that much more powerful. Wild Magic basically acts as like a random thing that is both good and bad. So, because that's what it is, it's wild. So, if you roll something very poorly, a random table gets selected, which then goes through the entire spell list that's in there, and it can change the dynamic of how everything's fights. So, like, you can be turned into a sheep, for an example,
Nice.
or you can become a giant.
Even nicer. Wow, I like the sound of all that.
Yeah, Shadow Magic involves with Necromancy, which allows you to summon a thing called a Hound of Ill Omen.
Nice.
So, it's more necrotic in nature.
Okay, cool. Yeah, like that bit of necromancy. Both of them sound really cool.
Yeah, so each one has their own thing. Again, you can look at the subclass features on the left so you can actually see what each of those things do.
It seems like Draconic Bloodline and Storm Sorcery will kind of either empower us or passively damage an enemy, whereas Wild Magic will just change the circumstances of the battle, and Shadow Magic will summon a minion that will fight for us. So I think,
basically.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Wild Magic will be the best as a high risk, high reward kind of thing. It would at least add replay value to the game. Like, that would be pretty fun.
Yeah, like I said, you could do that, but at the same time, like, just be aware that if you do choose this, it could definitely be a downfall.
Yeah.
So now let's go to cantrip and spells.
Okay.
Because
wait, before we move on, I was thinking, in the appearance later, if we'll be able to change our actual color of the dragon, I should probably choose this based on the spell. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with the white dragon then. I think either an ice or a fire breath would be cool. If you have a preference between those two, let me know.
Like I said, if you just go into the edit appearance, you can actually just change the entire look of the of your character as a whole.
Nice. Alright, did you want me to look at anything else here?
Cantrips and spells. We're going to change some of those around, because each one is a little different compared to the others.
Do you know if this selects the defaults based on like us choosing the Dark Urge or Dragonborn or Sorcerer? I guess it's class based.
It changes on the class, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, so cantrips do not cost any spell slots. That's the resource in order to actually cast the higher spells. They are a free cost that you can always have on you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good to know.
So the ones that I will say to get rid of is True Strike. Get rid of that. It is bad.
Okay.
It's not. It may sound good, but when you actually go into gameplay with it, it's not the greatest thing.
Okay, gain advantage on your next roll. That's like a roll of the dice kind of thing. When you're rolling the dice.
Well, it's just saying like, hey, if you do an attack, you have a more higher chance of success. But when you actually do it, it goes away on your next. It says right there on your next attack roll.
Okay.
And sometimes you don't need it on your next attack roll. You just want to have it there forever. So that's why I'm saying when it comes to that, there are other spells that will just have that automatically. That doesn't go off of next attack. So True Strike is kind of useless.
Okay.
Another spell that I can probably say to get rid of is Light, because there are many sources that you do not need. It's the one with the helmet.
Okay, sure. I think we can pick up like a torch at some point in this game. Like there are many other light sources if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, I don't think we should need that.
There's a lot of things that you, for sources and whatnot, you do not need the light cantrip.
I got you. So. That leaves us with 2 free slots. Should I get rid of either of these two? We have Acid Splash and Bone Chill.
Bone Chill is useful for fighting undead creatures.
That's good.
So if you look at it, it says prevent the target from healing until your next turn, and an undead target receives disadvantage. So Bone Chill is good if you're going to use it on other people, but it's really good on undead creatures as well. So it's just like, if you want to do that, you can, but it's not really needed. And Acid Splash, it's same thing because there's a lot of other spells that you can kind of do it that has a little bit more bang for buck.
All right, sounds good. So we should put 2 more of these spells, these cantrips on here, on our spell hotbar.
Yes, for sure. So one of them I would say is Fire Bolt because I believe that is the highest damaging one currently.
Awesome. I love the sound of the fireball.
Yeah, it's the lesser form of Fireball, which is just more of a single target, 1d10. You throw it at an enemy, it will hurt them.
Okay, cool.
And the other one I would probably say is Ray of Frost, which is underneath Acid Splash.
Okay, there we go. I like a fire and ice spell. Very cool.
Yeah, so if you read them on what they do, you can kind of see like Fireball doesn't do a whole lot. It just says hurls a ball of fire. But with Ray of Frost, it actually reduces their movement speed.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I see that now. Reduces it by 3 Very cool. 3 meters.
Yeah, it
an
reduces
hour.
their speed by 3 meters, so they won't be able to move as far.
Okay, cool. That's a good that's a good selection of spells. Do most or do all classes start with 4 cantrips, or is that like a class specific amount?
It's a class specific amount. So like for warlocks as an example, they have 2 cantrips that they can choose. With wizards they can have up to like 6.
Oh wow, that is a lot.
Yeah, so it depends on the class, like I said. For
cool.
spells,
we have
these
Chromatic
ones
Orb
actually
and Magic Missile. Magic Missile's a classic. I actually know that one. Should we keep
Chromatic Orb just changes the damage that you want to chuck. Like it's a, hey, I want to change this spell into a fire spell as an example. You can do that. You want to change it into thunder? You can do that. So it's a versatile spell. Magic Missile is you can use the spell and it will have homing bolts of energy that you can choose up to multiple targets. I believe the first spell is always, you can select up to 3 targets at once.
Interesting. So you can select up to 3 targets and they'll all like feel that same effect? They'll get that damage?
Yeah, but it's just one of those things where it's like, you split the damage between multiple enemies or you can focus on one singular target.
Okay. And they'll like get 3 times the amount of damage if you focus on one person, one thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, basically.
Cool.
Yeah, each one does something. So like there's the shield spell, which basically just means like, hey, as a reaction, you can up your AC for that one turn until the end of your turn. Or you can have something like False Life where it gives you more HP or temp HP. There's also things like Burning Hands where you can set enemies ablaze if they are a little too close.
Interesting. Is that like an exclusively like a melee spell? That's not ranged, I guess?
There's a couple of spells that are melee, but it's not like super melee, you know? Like
Okay,
it's
got a
not
little
a
range.
touch.
I feel you. Okay, I got you. I see a couple of spells here that stood out to me. The Disguise Self and the Make Yourself Immune to Fall Damage. Would you say either of those are powerful enough to get? Those seem kind of game-changing to me, but I don't really know anything about them.
Featherfall is more of a use case situation, because sometimes you won't need it all too often, but there are certain times where it's just like, okay, I want to do this, but I would need Featherfall. So it's just it's more of a situation-based type of spell.
Okay,
Same goes for
very
Disguise
contextual,
Self.
I feel you. Maybe not worth giving up one of our 2 slots for.
Yeah, and Disguise Self, again, same thing. You can definitely use Disguise Self in a lot more situations than Featherfall if you're talking to NPCs. So as an example, you use Disguise Self to transform into an enemy faction, and now you can just slip on by. But
that does sound useful.
Yeah, but the other downside is if you don't have the interaction between them, it will also kind of be like, hey, who the fuck is this, right?
Okay, so there's still like, there'll be some kind of charisma check even if we disguise ourselves.
Pretty much.
Okay, interesting.
Yes. So, like I said, a lot of the spells of this game have their own uses and can be pretty niche, but it just depends on the situation. So each one is situational, but I definitely will say like have either a support, a debuff, a thing that can help protect you, and a damage type at minimum.
Okay, so with only our 2 slots for the Sorcerer class, would you say we need to get rid of either Magic Missile or Chromatic Orb?
As of right now, no. It's fine.
They're both
the more
fine?
you
Cool.
level up, the more spell slots you'll have.
Cool. I'm glad that we get to keep Magic Missile. That's one of the very few things I know from D&D. That's a classic. And I guess the Dark Urge can only get the Haunted One background?
Yes, that's why. So if you went off of the Dark Urge, you can actually choose a lot more backgrounds.
Okay.
And each one will have their own thing. Plus, they have more skill proficiencies in them that allows them to be better. So if you do the custom origin background, it allows you to actually choose which character you want and allows them to be it gives you like way more options.
Okay, cool. Did our cantrips reset? Do I need to reset those? No, I think we're good. I think it saves. Nice.
No, it didn't. The cantrips and did not. Oh yeah, no, it did. Never mind. It did.
Yep, Firebolt and Ray of Frost, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright, so I think the ability screen will be the last.
Pardon?
I think the ability screen is the last one that we haven't gone through. Should I add anything here?
So the abilities is just, hey, this is like you want to get rid of certain things and then just put them into the other slot just to make them a little bit better. It's like trying to min-max. So as an example, if you don't like dexterity, you can just get rid of the 1 point and put it into something like constitution or intelligence. So that's just more like depending on what you want. I believe 17 is the maximum, or it's 18 as the maximum. But you always want to kind of have each stat point in the evens compared to the negatives, where you want, or like the single digits, because with the single digits you want them odd.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Is there anything I should change here? Do you want me to get them off of the odd numbers?
Bring down Constitution by 1, and same goes for Dex.
All right.
And then if you can up Charisma, that would be good.
I don't think it'll
Dex
let
is
me
the
make Charisma up even more. For some reason, the plus sign is
the
grayed out.
assign bonus is that the thing about the assign bonus is when you choose the assign bonus, you can just put 2 of the things into there just to make sure that it allows them to be like they'll receive a plus to it to actually just make them a little bit better. So if you have one in both Charisma, you can only choose 1 at a time. So it's just better to choose 1 primary stat, which in this case your class is Charisma based. You want that to be the highest, and then the +1 bonus, you want that to be something that's more useful. In my personal opinion, that would be Constitution.
Okay, cool. I'll make my +1 Constitution. And I think we can make anything but Charisma go up with our 3 ability points.
Yeah, so in that case, I would say do Wisdom, because with Wisdom, it's actually much more important than what you think.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of spell saves that are Wisdom based that are like a little bit more annoying to figure out. It's just like, shit. Because a lot of the Wisdom based saving throws involve like hypnotism and or
interesting.
things like that.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
That sounds fun. All right, so are you
so
ready to
Wisdom,
proceed? Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
So now you can go into the appearance and just change how you look.
Oh yeah, I forgot about appearance. I kind of like the default look. I love our like blazing red eyes right there. Is there any particular way you would like our Dark Urge to look?
I mean, there's so many options that you can just choose. Like, you can even change the blazing eye color to be a different type. So you can have ones that are green, blue. You can change the skin color of it, and all of that.
And we could give him some piercing blue eyes.
Yeah, you can also hit all eye color, because then you can actually have like way more options than just
that. Wow, that's a lot of shades. I like that.
Yeah, so you can really customize it.
That is super cool. This may be even better than that new Oblivion remastered character creator, which I had some fun with. Ooh, nice. Some makeup. Should we give him some eyeshadow?
Like I said, that's up to you. Like, when it comes to customization, you do the whole customizing thing and just see what makes it worth more your style.
I appreciate that. I think we'll probably be looking at this around the same amount though, so if you have any preference, just let me know. I really appreciate your tips as well.
I do not have any preference. It's just, you know, for what I do is just like, if I like it, I'll keep it, and then I'll just change certain things. Like, even on the hair, as an example, I can change the highlights. So I've had characters where I've had their hair entirely black, but with like strands of red going through it.
Interesting, cool. I like how in-depth
Yeah.
this can get.
It gets really.
Never really think about
It gets
the
really
tail.
fun once you understand like everything. Like you can even change the horns and whatnot. The tail
Ooh, cool.
can be swapped out.
I'm not sure
Like,
if he
yeah,
looks
you
better
can-
with or without a tail.
Yeah, so it's literally up to you on how you kind of want to do this.
A tail would be pretty fun. I guess we'll give him a tail. Alright. Any more changes you think you might want to make? Or are you ready to
I mean, if you want to
proceed here?
change the scale color, you can.
I'm definitely down to at least look at the color palette. Where is the skin color thing?
I believe it is in. I believe it is in general. It's just way down the list.
Okay. There we are, skin color.
Yeah, there we go.
All skin
And again,
colors.
you can just hit the all skin colors, and you can just go through everything.
Feel like it's very tempting to make him a pitch black dragon that kind of sells the dark urge of it all, but I also like the default lighter skin. Was it that, or was it a lighter shade of white? I honestly don't remember.
Lighter shade of white.
Yeah, it wasn't that particular one. Some kind of lighter shade of white for sure. Was
I
it that
believe it
one?
was. I think it was the third or fourth.
Okay. Oh wow, I like that magenta highlight to it. If you like that, maybe we'll do that. It's kind of a cool highlight.
Hey, again, it's up to you.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry I keep soliciting opinions. That's definitely the streamer in me.
It's fine. Like I get it.
I'd
But at the
close
same time,
Dragon
like, when it
Dick.
comes to character customization, I will not have any input. I will just give like general things that you can kind of see for it.
I feel you. I like that they made dick waggle physics. Definitely peak.
You can actually also change it.
Nice, nice. If you
Yeah,
prefer
so
any kind of
they-
genitals, let me know. Hopefully that's the last
Nah.
opinion I'll solicit. Maybe it's an important one. Up to you.
Again, that's up to you. But at the same time, like, there's very little instances you'll probably see it unless you actually like go for the sex stuff.
True, true. Alright, I guess I'm ready to proceed if you are.
Yeah. So then just hit the proceed and then
Cool.
just make your character name.
This will be the most important
Yes, I understand.
decision that we make.
I'll be back. I'll
Oh,
be
you're
back.
good.
I gotta go walk the dog.
I think I made like 3 or 4 bubblins in this game, so maybe we should call this Bubblin 4, Bubblin 5. Do you have any favorite number? Or any favorite name? Let's make that Bubblin 5. Even though I'm not sure that's the correct number, I'm pretty sure that we haven't used Bubblin 5 yet. This is not our race. Oh, a guardian. Cool, cool. I'm going to assume this is purely cosmetic, but feel free to let me know. If you're still in the VC array, you'll still be on stream, just so you know. A tiefling guardian would be kind of cool. Can we change their appearance? Oh, we can. Interesting. Oh, that changes the race itself as well. At least it's a different appearance each time. The tiefling hasn't randomized. She has a tail as well. Does that mean that we're meant for each other? She kind of has that severe-ish guardian angel look. Why not? Oh, I can't hear you in the VC, Ray. You stepped away, no problem, but let me double check. Just in case you want a particular guardian, I'd hate to not do that. Alright, and we're back. Let me check Discord real quick. Alright, we're still in the Discord VC. Feel free to chime in, Ray, if you like. You want me to call you Ray? I wish there was an option to randomize the appearance just within a certain race. It's cool that we have different body types. If you prefer a 1, 2, 3, or 4, let me know. Well, let's try this. Maybe we'll play some of this, maybe we'll do some Gunfire Reborn. Some more Gunfire Reborn. Or something else, whatever stream wants. Ooh, that bell tower is a little fucked. And here come the dragons. I feel like we've accomplished so much in this game despite us still apparently being in the intro cutscene. Kinda like, I guess, starting Skyrim for the first time. You spend your first session, ooh damn, hella slap, straight out of the air. Is he getting caught before he hits the water? Looks like he is. Good catch, dragon. Very cool looking cutscene. It's teleporting away. You know what game I wish still got support? Star Wars Battlefront 2 from 2017. I know it's very random, but I really missed that game. I played it a lot in like 2019 and 2020, when it was in its heyday. It was, it had all the problems from its launch fixed. That one dragon didn't make it. And it had like new characters and maps all the time. Then it got cancelled development because of Battlefield 2042, which turned out terrible anyway. That's a pretty cool looking dragon. Should we do more of this after the cutscene? Or should we find the first save point and then do some more Gunfire Reborn? Would not mind you carrying me in Gunfire Reborn, right? But if you'd rather see some Baldur's Gate, I understand. Damn, she should not be that close to that fire. That's probably bad for her health. And again, everything in the last few hours has been bad for our health. That doesn't look good. 3 big pillars in the sky, what you gonna do? Call the Doomslayer, but you can't in this franchise. I guess that's the end of the cutscene. Let's make sure the stream is still okay. I guess you left the VC for now, Ray? Correct me if I'm wrong. For now, to make sure the stream is good, I'll disconnect from the Discord PC. There's our character. Spent so much time meticulously creating them. It's nice to see them in action.
Blood in your head thrums and pounds. That pounding blood obscures who you are.
There's the narrator.
An
Should I talk over them or
overwhelming
not?
loss of memory. How you ended up amidst these hellish flames is just as hidden. You have
Whatever
nothing in
the
your
stream's
soul
preferences.
besides your name and a headache. But you are in danger. The dark urge.
Say our name out loud.
Whatever that
We're
is,
bubbling. Nice to meet you.
that is you. You will claw back the
The
truth.
dark urge is a weird way to say
First, you have
bubbling,
to claw
but
your way out of here.
far be it for me to disagree with the voice acting.
My head.
Alright, we can look around like this. Pretty cool.
Someone else got out.
This is the pool that thing came from.
You have a British
Parasite
accent.
now
Wasn't expecting
writhing
that.
behind your eye.
Let's investigate the pool, sure. And roll a dice, why not? Or was it roll a die? Damn, did we really get 9? Oh, or 10. Cool. Barely
The
got it.
casing is fragile.
What
The
a metaphor for
slightest
life.
touch could cause it to crumble.
I guess I should have expected that.
I should mind my step.
There's our action wheel. Hopefully we'll get familiar with that. Should we comment on how that's literally called the sphincter? Or are we above that? Neural apparatus, don't mind if I do.
Yes, you've come to save us from this place. From this place, you'll free us.
The exposed brain quivers in
I think I remember
expectation.
talking to this brain as part of the tutorial.
Before they return.
We can like rip it out of the head or something, right?
A newborn. Born new from this husk.
You realize you're talking to an intellect devourer, a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
Remove us from this body. From this case. Free us. Please.
Do we break the skull or gently prise the brain from the skull? Maybe investigate it some more. I mean, even if we get less of a 10, this couldn't hurt, right? Jesus, a 1? Really? Yeah, critical failure.
Apart from this strange context, you notice nothing unusual about the brain.
Oh, at least nothing bad happened, I guess. If we have to have a critical failure, it could be a lot worse. Ooh, 20. Critical success. We're gonna do this so cleanly, so smoothly. This is even easier than the average game of Marvel Rivals or Overwatch or Call of Duty.
You notice an opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature. Your fingers twitch with the desire to rip its tender, moist
Sure,
meat
roll
to
2 dice.
shreds.
Damn, really? We failed by 1? That's not good. I'm about to perform brain surgery after I lost my dice roll. You never want your brain surgeon to lose your dice roll. I just stuck my thumb into that brain. Probably made it more than a little retarded. It says screech, fair enough. I did just stick my thumb into it. Does it know to go down the elevator? Not. Should we do some more of this? Do some more Gunfire Reborn? Maybe some more of something else? I'm down for whatever. That dragon is going places. Hopefully not right here at this moment.
Abomination. This is your end.
Our future companion, she has a pretty rude start.
Tingles. Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
Oh. My head. What is this? Skvar. You are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive. We carry Mind Flayer parasites. Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed, our bodies and minds will be tainted and twisted. Within days, we will be Geich, Mind Flayers. We can do nothing until we escape. That must be our priority. First, we exterminate the imps. Then we find the helm and take control of the ship. We will address the matter of a cure for this infection once we reach the material plane.
I like how objective focused she is. First the material plane, and then a cure for whatever tadpole is inside of us. Hey, welcome back, Ray. Thank you for guiding me through, making our Baldur's Gate character. General tutorial. If you want me to rejoin the BC for this, let me know. You have any more wisdom to share? Controlling Azael, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let's see, how do we attack? Maybe mouse on keyboard would be better for this. Yeah, Fton's cool. I'm not sure if you heard me earlier. I was saying I'm not sure if we should play more of this or try some Gunfire Reborn after this combat encounter. If you'd like to play Gunfire Reborn or you want to see anything else, let me know. Alright, stream looks good. Let me join the Discord VC real quick.
Hello, welcome back.
What up, Ray? You're back on stream. Thank you for tuning back in.
So,
Here we go.
combat tips-wise, there's a few things, because there's a lot that can happen in combat, but the main thing are the resources in the bottom. So if you notice how there's one that's a circle, a triangle, and then the square, right?
These right here?
Do you see those resources?
Yeah, the top of the combat thing, combat bar.
Yeah, so each one represents a resource of some kind. The green is an action, the triangle is a bonus action, and then the little squares are cantrips or spells. What those do is actually change, like you use those in order to fight or react or doing other things in order to spend them. The main thing that I usually always say first is make sure to spend both your action and bonus action on your turn, because you can use both during that same instance. And characters can use both depending on which one. So for fighters, as an example, they can use their actions to get their attacks out, but then they can use a bonus action to re-upload their regular actions to do more.
Okay, cool. Should we focus on the main hand attack, like it says right here on the stream, or is there usually another?
For sorcerers, like I said, with how they usually act, you're on. Oh wait, you're on the Githyanki.
Yeah, Lazael, if I'm saying that correctly.
Lazael, yeah. So
Okay.
what you use is like your attack action first, so the regular sword or the ranged. So the little sword icon and then the arrow icon.
Okay.
And then you use one of the bonus actions. You can click on one of those resources at the top to say, like, to see which one does what.
Okay, it filters them like that. Cool. So I can do a main hand attack and a pommel strike, I guess. And
Yeah.
it says it can't be an inanimate entity. So I guess...
Yeah, as
that
of right
doesn't
now,
work.
you won't be able to do anything because you don't have the movement space for it. So instead, I would say for here, I would say end your turn.
Okay. Good to know that I can do. Should I try a
and
spell
then if
here,
you-
or do you think I should do a melee attack?
Spell. You can use your cantrip because cantrips don't cost anything, while as the actual spells with the two things will cost a resource. So any of the
Okay.
cantrips, I would say use first, and then use the spells for bigger damage on harder opponents.
Okay, good to know. Luckily, I
Yeah.
think the cantrip killed that one right there.
Yep. And then you can use your movement to just go somewhere else.
Need to find a way forward.
So you can literally just click on the, yeah, there you go.
And I guess end our turn now. I don't see anything else to do. Am I missing anything
Yep,
here?
end your turn.
Okay.
I believe Q and E also changes the camera position, so you can actually, like, rotate them.
Is this automatic? Oh, I guess clicking on them automatically does our main attack. Okay, cool. It's good to know.
You
Yeah.
proved surprisingly adequate in battle.
And there you go.
Yeah,
So,
very cool.
Once an enemy does die, you can loot around the bodies
Oh,
just to
take
see,
on
like, what
this.
they have.
Cool, cool.
And most of the time, like, gold does not weigh anything. You can just pick it up and you'll be absolutely fine. But everything does have a weight to it, and you do have to manage your character or your inventories for each of the characters.
Okay. We have to manage them
Yeah.
individually.
Yeah.
Okay.
And later on,
good to
once
know.
you get out of the Nautiloid, this is the ship, that's what it's called, the Nautiloid, you can send them out into a camp thing. Now, here's the thing. That blue tentacle thing that you see, you can use that as a point
Oh,
of
it
rest
heals us.
to...
Very cool.
Yeah, it not just heals you, but it also gives you your spell slots. It acts as like a long rest in the game, essentially. You'll do long
Okay,
rests
cool.
manually later, but if you see those, just use them.
Okay, sounds great. Since we just restored
and
our
they
characters,
always-
would you rather play some Gunfire Reborn now, or would you rather see some more of this? It's up to you.
Let's get you out of the Nautiloid first, so you can actually be there, and then you can actually go to the campsite, and I can give you like more directions of what it does.
That sounds good to me.
On everything.
Yeah, because you're going to be spending your time a lot at the camp.
Sounds good, sounds good. The characters will appreciate getting out of this thing anyway. I'm assuming that button is good to press.
There's 3 actually, and each one does something else. So one.
Okay, cool.
So one of the buttons was to wake them up to go into attack. One of them was to kill them, and the other one was just stunning them, I think.
Okay. Let's see, can I
Yeah,
hit
so
this guy?
since you freed them, they will attack you because they are occultists. So
Fair enough. At least we can take them down for some free XP. Is this where we get
Yeah.
Shadowheart here?
yeah, but there's a couple of ways to. By the way, that guy that's on the ground, he's actually not dead. He's still alive.
Nice, nice.
So you can kill him as well. But with Shadowheart, in the next room on the right, you can actually go in there, pick up a rune key, and then put it into the console that's next to the pod, and that's how you can get her out.
Okay, so the room to the right, that's how we get her out, and then I guess we go forward to progress after we have her.
Behind you, via the 180, yeah.
You feel them drawing energy from the console
Sounds
near to
good.
the pod.
If you don't want me to skip any dialogue, then I won't.
We need to go.
I've seen this so many times, like, honestly, it's fine.
Nice.
But it will...
I bet
but it
most
will,
Baldur's Gate players have seen the tutorial a lot of times.
Yeah. So, when it comes to a lot of this type of stuff, it's okay. I mean, your thing, you can kind of do a quick read on it and just to be like, oh yeah, no, this does that, etc. But a lot of the times you will have to kind of see what it does, and if they have like a little italics, then yeah.
Okay. Looks like some other enemies spawned here in this room. Oh, here they are.
Yeah, it's the brain. So you can actually click on the timeline at the very top to switch your character if you need to.
Oh, okay, so we don't have to control them in a specific order. That's good to know.
Yeah, so with Magic Missile, so as you can see, if you look on the right side of the icon, it will actually, like before you fully click it, it will show like a icon for both for your control thing, so you can be like, oh yeah, no, I want to target this guy, and then the last guy will have the other one. You can actually see like how many targets you can use on it.
All right, cool.
So that way is the way to progress forward. You can tell on the minimap because of the diamond that's on there.
Oh, okay, so this other way up here.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by the room on the right. Because if you're looking at Shadowheart's pod, that's what I mean by right. And then if I said 180, I mean like behind you.
Okay. So let's go up here.
Yeah, so there should be a body on the right side of the staircase that you can pick up to pick up the key. And then you can take that key next to the pod, next to Shadowheart, and get her out.
Alright, nice. Always good to save a companion, I guess.
Anything
Guess there's nothing else up here.
Yeah. Yeah, so Lae'zel is a fighter, and Shadowheart is the cleric.
Okay. Cool.
A presence connected to the pod, commanding the person inside.
And Gale is the sorcerer like our class, if I remember correctly?
No, he's a wizard.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's another character named Asterion, and he's the rogue.
Cool.
Yeah, and then there's another character later on. Yeah, and then there's another character later on as well, and he is known or she is known as Karlak. She's a tiefling barbarian.
Okay, I think I remember her. I think I remember playing up until we meet an old woman that turns out to be like some kind of demonic, I don't know, creature, whatever.
Yeah, so she's a hag, and she likes to make deals with other characters in exchange for something. And one of those deals, you can actually trade your eye and then have it replaced by something, but it gives you a debuff. However, I would say don't make a deal with her because you can get something much more useful out of her, which is being a lock of hair, which is a consumable item, which actually gives you a permanent stat bonus for you.
Okay, interesting. So I won't negotiate with her. That's good to know.
Yeah, you can fight her, but she's a tough battle. So if you do fight her, imagine her as a boss fight.
Okay. So we'll go in until I'm prepared, I guess.
Yeah, did you pick up the key?
I think so. Not sure. I think so.
Okay, so then there should be a little console on the right side next to the pod.
Sounds good. I think it's that one?
Yeah, because she even says the machine next to her.
Here
if
we
you
go.
use that.
The console hums to life, but what is its purpose? Will it free the captive or transform her like that other unfortunate?
Yeah, so now you can free her, so that's the main thing.
Nice. I'm glad we got at least 10. Wow, easy natural 20. Feel like we could have used it on a more difficult role, but if we had to save our companion, that's good.
That is not a natural 20. We call those a dirty 20.
Oh, okay.
Because, yeah, a dirty 20 is just how you can actually get up to that number, but it doesn't actually act as a natural 20. Because if you get a natural 20, it is called a critical success. But the opposite is also true, which is called a natural 1, which is called a critical fail.
Interesting, okay. So it's only natural, like if you have no modifiers but still happen to roll the number? Like a 20
then that is
1?
called a dirty 20.
Interesting, cool. Ooh, another roll. Hopefully I get at least a 2. There we go. And success. Hopefully Shadowheart is part of the party now.
Nice. So yeah, now you can move on because there's not many other characters here, so you can just... So the main thing about this next battle is that you don't need to fight the enemy that is there. You can kind of just go up to the end of the thing to actually progress through the story.
Okay, that's good to know.
There is a thing that you could technically do if you have a spell called Command. If, and I say if, you can give the command prompt onto the demon, you can actually pick up a very powerful sword very early in the game.
Interesting. Cool. I don't think we have that specific spell, but maybe we do. You
I
probably know
believe
more
it
than
can
me.
be on Shadowheart.
Oh, okay. So Shadowheart knows it.
If she has it on, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, hopefully we can get that spell then.
The command...
It's nothing.
I believe the command is a... Oh god, I don't remember the icon for command.
She's right.
But you don't need to control like your custom character, the Dark Urge. You can actually control any of the characters that are in the party, so you can kind of see what they have.
Oh, cool.
If you click on the left side of the screen, where the little pictures of yours are for each of the characters, you can click on one of those to.
Alright, cool, cool. We'll probably end up using that a lot in combat and navigation. Ooh, another restoration thing. Very cool.
Once inside, do as
Yep. So, and another thing as well is that sometimes if you don't want your characters to be linked up in the party, so you can kind of set up an ambush, you can separate the pictures because a lot of them are all close together. But you can actually separate those pics to make them follow their own path without being without being in the party. So you can kind of make them do their own thing without having them follow you.
Okay, cool. That's good to know. And we can control them a little independently like that. Or these tieflings, these Satan demons, they look pretty cool.
Yeah, those are demons, yeah.
Doomslayer would be a little prejudiced against them, but they look pretty great. Yeah, that's the Mind Flayer. I assume the Mind Flayer that infected us, tadpoles.
One of them did. They all look the same, so you're not
it's
really
like a group of them, like a
certain
race?
who's who.
Okay, cool.
Do it.
Yeah, so he's telling you to get to there to do it. So if you do it, you can actually just get out.
Okay, so we shouldn't fight these guys. We should just go forward to the controls there, to the controls at the end of the arena here.
Don't worry about the big one. Just focus on the little guys first because they will attack you. So focus on the little ones.
Okay. So it is worth fighting the little guys. By little guys, you mean like these flying imp things right here?
Yeah, the lesser beasts, the intellect of, or not the intellect of ours, the lesser imps and the lesser beasts. You do want to attack those.
Okay.
I believe if you go onto Shadowheart's thing as well on the top of the timeline, you can actually
with haste
make her unend her turn, so she can actually do something. Because again, she is a healer. Yeah, she is a healer, but she does need to do other things.
Yeah, I didn't know that we could unend her turn. That's cool. I'll try to keep that in mind.
Yeah, as long as your teammates are in the same timeline. So both Lae'zel and Shadowheart are both in the same thing. Now, before you go any further, accidentally, if you move away from a creature that is right next to you, they have a opportunity attack to hit you.
Okay.
So if you're next to a creature, try to target them first so you don't get hit.
Okay, sounds good. So if someone is next to us, be prepared to attack them, I guess.
Yeah, so since your sorcerer is right next to one, have Lae'zel fight the lesser beast that's right behind the sorcerer. Yeah.
Honestly, to me that looked big. I assumed it wasn't a lesser beast, but it makes sense that it is.
So it's a lesser help. So.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, like I said, kill all of those except for the big guy with the wings that's fighting the Mind Flayer.
I guess we'll move our guy up here. When this ends, you want to do a game of Gunfire Reborn?
Yeah, we can do that after once you're done with this. Do be aware that you will have more enemies popping up here soon as you go forward, so...
Oh, okay. I assume this was the end of the tutorial, but I have no idea when we get off the mountain.
Yeah, so like, as soon as you get to the console and interact with it, then the entire combat encounter ends.
Yeah, that's good to know. I also have a Divinity Original Sin 2, which, like this, I really admire as a game, even though I'm kind of too bad at video games to actually do it. Thankfully, there's no one in front of us.
Like I said,
right now.
Divinity Original Sin is also like a D&D style. It's not like this, but it's close enough.
Yeah, for sure. I remember playing it a little bit, and like Baldur's Gate, I remember very little of it. But
yeah, so
I remember
again,
enjoying it.
Yeah, so
Very
again,
cool.
Shadowheart is also a spellcaster, so she does have cantrips just like the sorcerer.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the only one that needs to go up in the front lines is Lae'zel because she is a fighter.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. And I remember we get both Gale, Asterion, and the tiefling woman with the big horns. Her name escapes me.
Yeah.
Karlak? Karlia? One of those?
Karlak. Yeah.
Okay,
Karlak.
Karlak. There we go. I know you've said that a couple of times before. Hopefully this time I'll remember it. That's the end for that character.
A lot of the characters' names are really unique. So Asterion is basically looks like an elf with like the white hair, white silvery hair, but he's a rogue. Gale looks more generic, but his voice is, well, once you hear his voice, you'll kind of understand like, oh yeah, okay, this is Gale for sure.
For sure. I can't move anymore with her.
Yeah, so if you want to know how far you can move, on the end turn button, you can see like a bar that's just on it. That's how much movement you currently have, and if it goes red, that means like that's how far you can move.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if it goes red, then you can't go any further. But if it goes gray, you can move in that direction. How
Alright,
was
the
that?
Mind Flayer's still fighting the slightly bigger Dragon Imp.
Maybe not the best time.
Yeah,
See if I can
so,
overhear.
but he's probably going to die here pretty quickly.
Hopefully we'll be out of here before that's a concern. Let's try Magic Missile once again. Says invalid target. That's not great.
No. Okay, before you do any attacks, just look.
Sure.
If you hover over the enemy, and I mean, like, you can hover over any of the enemies, their health bar is underneath the timeline. And it'll give you the status of, like, hey, they're dead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't even tell that thing wasn't dead. Okay, cool. Easy.
Yeah,
Easy
so...
fight. So I guess we just have to
and
end the
you
turn
can-
again.
Yeah, and another thing that you can also tell, in case that if you're not sure if the enemy is dead, is once you see the XP go up, then yeah, they are dead.
Okay, interesting. And
Yeah, so you
one
can
more
enter
Mind
here.
Flayer down. Let's try to outrun him, I guess.
Better give it a try.
Yeah, so like I said, don't let any of the characters be next to him, otherwise that will be very bad.
Yeah, that'll be the end of that character.
But hey, there you go. Now you can just...
This could be slightly
That's
more
the end.
stressful. This could be like permadeath Minecraft. Oh shit, that's a big dragon. That's a pretty cool looking dragon.
Well,
Put that on a
there is
Yu-Gi-Oh
actually-
card down.
Yeah, no, there is a permadeath mode, technically speaking, and it is called... And that is the final difficulty.
That's cool. I really like this game
it's
so far,
called-
but I could not imagine playing on permadeath. Although I love the
It's not-
dragons.
Yeah, it's a lot harder. It's called honor
Yeah.
mode. And that one actually acts more in line with the with Dungeons and Dragons.
That's cool. I really like this game, but I imagine this would be like an easy top 5 or so of all time for people that really like Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh,
Excuse me.
trust me,
Like
this
that,
game didn't just
in
win
particular.
over Dungeons and Dragons players. It won over a lot of people's hearts, and it became like it was nominated for Game of the Year.
For sure, yeah. I'm sure it is Game of the Year for many people. I don't
Oh, yeah,
love
no, it
RPGs in particular, but even I really like this game, so I think the fact that I'm so into it and still want to complete it, even on easy difficulty, really speaks to it in a great way.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
And I love the visual design. I know it's really cliche, but it kind of does remind me of Skyrim or that Elder Scrolls look. And thank you for walking
I'm
me
sorry.
through this. If I haven't said
Yeah, no,
this
I'm
already.
sorry. I wasn't. It wasn't just nominated. It actually did win Game of the Year.
Oh, good for it. I can already see the
Yeah,
effort.
so it won multiple ceremonies with Game of the Year. So yeah, it's a really, really good game for sure.
Great stuff. And I heard that there's like 3 acts to the campaign and each one is bigger than the last. That's great.
Yes. So the first act doesn't have a whole lot. It just kind of gets you through the stories, but there's still plenty of like side missions and whatnot in the game. But when it goes into Act 2 and Act 3, it really starts to open up.
Yeah, that's really cool. I hear that like Baldur's Gate is a city, and the city is in Act 3, which sounds like a really dense bit of gameplay. Reminds me of like Cyberpunk and Grand Theft Auto. Oh shit, that's the Mind
it's like,
Flayer.
imagine Act 3 as the final area of the game, which has like the densest amount of stuff in it.
Oh, cool. Damn, hopefully we have a parachute. hooked up to us. We're not gonna survive that fall otherwise. Unless we have magic. Oh no, we have magic. Very cool. I really like this game, and thank you for walking me through the tutorial and the character creation. I really want to play more of this, either single player or multiplayer, but I think I do need a break for now. So if you want to play more Gunfire Reborn, I'm definitely down. I want to play something else for a bit.
Just remember to save.
For sure.
Alright, let me load up Gunfire, and then I will do that, and I can help you about learning that game a little bit more.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna take a break for a couple of minutes, but I'll be right back.
There's a lot in Gunfire that is that needs to get unpacked.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll carry me through a lot of the game, even more than narrator. I'll need to take a break for a couple of minutes, but I'll be right back and I'll start up Gunfire. You'll probably want to host if it lets you start a higher difficulty. That's great, but if not, it's also fine.
It will. It will for sure.
Oh, nice.
But I will definitely say like Elite, Nightmare, and Reincarnation adds a lot more stuff to it. So I would definitely say to keep going through multiplayer or the normal difficulty until you start getting more proficient with it, and then move up a tier.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll make a new save game here. And a new save.
Yeah, so go do what you need to do. I will be waiting.
Cool. I'll start up Gunfire Reborn and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Thank you for the carry in Baldur's Gate and for Gunfire.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm also going to exit the Discord VC, but I can get back on if you want. See you in a moment.
Yep.
should be on. The volume is way down for some reason. One moment. Fix that. Okay, volume should be back to normal on the microphone. Not sure why it went lower. Let me rejoin the Discord VC.
It is, and
Alright, what up, Ray? I'm back.
Hey.
Hey again, thank you for the carry in this game. Make us back on stream.
No
here.
worries. Alright, are you online? That is the question. I do not know.
I'm loading in right now. Does it work through Steam Friends, or should I invite you through whatever? Or I guess wait on your invite if we're doing a higher difficulty.
It says that you're not online, so you may have to invite me and then just make me party leader.
Okay, for sure. I just loaded in. You might want to try again, or if there's a different way to like friend people in this game. Does it have like a native friend system?
It's literally just you press the invite button on one of the pluses while you're in new adventure, and then just choose the person that you want to invite.
Okay, so it just uses Steam Friends, and there you are. Hell yeah. Thank you for being here to carry us. Let me see about making you party leader.
So then you click on my name, or click on...
You definitely deserve it.
Yeah. So you click on mine and then just say make captain or something.
Oh, there we go. Appoint captain.
Yeah.
Very
so
cool.
This is, just as a heads up, this is what I mean, like, things can get a little bit crazy if I go into reincarnation. You get to see all this.
This is a new one with the chicken on screen. Looks pretty cool. If there's any particular character you think I should be, just let me know. I don't really have a preference.
Well, as of right now, it's definitely find a character that you mostly like, and then kind of stick with them for a bit, and then move on to other characters. Because each one has their own strengths and weaknesses. So for myself, I really, really like this one, Xiao.
Okay.
But he's a very confusing character because he has words like Astro House, Astro Forecast, Astro Aspects. It's just like, what?
Yeah, for sure. I guess you gotta learn all of them.
Yeah, so he's definitely more of a very advanced character, so I would probably say don't use him yet until you're more comfortable with all the others. If you like speed and DPS, but don't really care about the tankiness, you could pick up her later on, Tao, because she's very fast, but she requires essence to buy, so you won't get her until like you either complete the entire skill tree or pick her up at some date if you have enough of the currency to pick her up.
I think I tried Lee last time, if that's the name of the fox, how you say that. She had like fire meteors, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just Lee.
Alright, this is
Nona
I guess I'll do that.
Nona has a mech that she tends to have around, and what she does, or what it does, is has two modes. It has a firing mode and a strike mode. So firing mode just allows it to be stationary that you can use, and it will just attack enemies around. But then it also has a strike mode where it just likes to punches a lot. If you go into the if you go into talents, so you can just hit the escape button down the bottom left. It will allow you to just go into talents. You don't need to worry about leaving the party. You actually have to manually say like, hey, leave the party. So if you just exit out and go to talents, you'll still be in the same group.
Okay, awesome. I like it.
Yeah. So on the right side where it says hero, and I mean like the very, very far right, that's actually your hero-specific passives. So if you're using that character more often, highly recommend getting those up, for sure.
Okay, like after you find a favorite that you stick with, and I guess the only difference that I see so far is your Q ability, or whatever you press Q with, or whatever it is on controller, like your ability.
Yeah, so Yeah. So basically, each character has a primary and a secondary skill, and each of them has a different thing. You can actually, if you click on your hero, you can click the Alt button in the top right corner where it says Hero Skills, and it will actually give you a detailed explanation of what each of their thing does.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
Very cool.
so...
This reminds me of Gage from Borderlands, this character, with the hairstyle and the mech dropping. Don't know if you know Borderlands, but there you go.
I've played Borderlands. I haven't played the second one, but I do know of Gage for sure because she's called the Death Romancer or something like that.
Yeah, her ability is like she calls down the mech, and this character seems to be the same.
More or less, but it's just more Strikewing is always out. It's just her ability allows her to call it into a specific area to either do damage or to reposition, depending on the mode it's in.
Nice. Yeah, sounds familiar. I like it. I like the look of all the characters in this game. Got a nice style.
Another thing as well. Yeah, the other thing is the ascensions. Each ascension does something to each of their skills, or like to each of their things. So for Nona, as an example, well, all of them actually have this. It either enhances the guns themselves, the secondary skill, aka their like grenade, their Q, and then their primary skill, which is for her Strikewing. So each one of those will affect some form of aspect. So you kind of want to focus around that tree and grabbing some of the other passes in the other two trees as well to kind of help build it. So if you're going with Nona and you want to build Strikewing as an example in its strike mode, you want to go down the Divine Craft, the yellowy color.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
But if you want to go down the gun route, then go for the blue, which is precision.
Okay.
And she prefers weapons that are pistols. Like, she really loves pistols.
Okay, interesting. So each hero character has like a different affinity for each different type of gun?
Yeah, so
nice.
Seashell, as an example, likes weapons that are a single bullet, so like kunais, bows, and all that. Like, he really loves the single shot weapons. While Cat Prince over here loves, or the Crown Prince, he loves any weapon that is elementally based. Same goes for Lee, but Lee loves it more on the fire aspect.
Interesting, cool. By the way, you might want to start matchmaking if you want to try to find someone else, since it'll, if my previous attempts are any indication,
we don't need a matchmake, honestly.
Okay,
I'm
sure.
way too overpowered and I'm too used to the game, so.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Whenever
So
you're
just
ready.
hit the ready up button and
Alright.
just hit the ready up button.
There we go.
There you go.
It's still on normal. We're able to raise the difficulty anymore.
It is on normal as of right now. I can raise it. I'm just, like I said before, going above like Elite, Nightmare, and Reincarnation adds a lot more shit. That is just like,
we can do this.
You won't be able to use. So it's one of those things where I always say recommend going through the game first, just so you can kind of get more used to it.
Yeah, it works for me. Whatever you think is best.
Yeah. I believe if you press the third key button, you can actually swap over to your Foundry pistol, because that always has infinite ammo.
Yep.
Another thing, I would also suggest going into your settings, going to video, and going down to FOV and turning that up, because it gives you way more view on everything around you. Like, it just enhances your field of vision around. So it actually zooms the camera.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, so it's always good to kind of have something like that.
Alright, that's at max now. Good stuff.
Yeah. Another thing, these little pots right here. So this little thing, you shoot them and you'll get ammo or grenades or whatnot out of them. So always shoot them with the Foundry pistol to get more ammo. And make sure you're always dashing. Like, you always want to be on the move.
Okay. A lot like Hades, or Breach, that old FPS.
Basically, yeah. And then there's a vault behind us as well. So once we're done in this little area, we can go heading over there.
All right.
And I do suggest reading the scrolls as well, because certain scrolls are good, but other scrolls can be a detriment and do not work well with each other.
Okay, good to know. Hopefully I won't pick up anything that makes it any harder.
Yeah, hex smoke, perfect. That's gonna be useful. Another thing is that if you don't like a weapon, for myself, I can press up and A on the D-pad to actually like share the weapons that I don't want and give them to you.
Okay, cool. That's
yeah,
good to
and
know.
You can do the exact same thing with me, but I don't know what the button is for PC. I think it's V.
That seems to be the emote wheel, but one of these will probably be it. Maybe there's there's a discard option there.
Yeah, so discard just allows you to drop the weapons that you don't need. So.
All right. Is this the vault you wanted to go into?
You can also discard certain scrolls as well if that also happens. But definitely, I will say, like, once you go through normal, elite, nightmare, and reincarnation, really opens everything up because now you have every other option. But then again, reincarnation 1 is the lowest form of reincarnation, and they made it so it goes up to level 10 now.
Interesting. Kind of like Diablo or Path of Exile or something.
Yeah. So.
Or like Suicide Squad killed the Justice League, if you're like me and played that game for some reason.
Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. I mean, it was made by Rockstar, but I still prefer the Batman Arkham Knight games compared to it. But it's not like super bad, but they really fucked up on the story.
Yeah.
They should not have made it into the same universe as Batman Arkham Knight. That was a very bad call.
Yeah, it should have been set in another universe, and it should have just been handled, I guess, better ideally, like given more support. Apparently it sold really badly, which I guess is a good thing, but...
It was a bombshell, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, another thing as well is later on the left tree in the talents allows you to take guns or scrolls and whatnot, and allows you to recycle them so you can gain more copper.
Okay, cool. That'll be a good one to get.
Yeah, so... Yeah, usually what I always recommend is go down the survival tree route first, and then start working on your damage, and a little bit of the craftsman, and a little bit of the craftsman, and then the other thing. Inventory, the peddler.
Cool, here's a vault there.
Another thing, another thing, these chests, they will either have a good thing or a bad thing. You always just want to read them. So as of right now, this thing will make you lose HP to gain either more shield or more health. So, gives you a normal scroll or more money.
I guess I'll try to get a scroll here. Maybe it'll be good.
Yeah, no, it will always give you a normal scroll of some kind.
Cool. Lost some health, but I don't plan on getting hit anyway.
Yeah, if you also press the C button, I believe, you can actually check what our character's inventory has. So, for an example, you have Dormant Bullet and Fast Loader. I have Giant Slayer and Dormant Bullet as well.
Nice.
Yeah, so we can always kind of...
easily accessible.
Yeah, so you can always kind of see, like, what we have and kind of be like, oh yeah, no, this one's not good for you, but it is good for me, right?
Yeah.
So always kind of play around with that. For Craftsman, what I will always suggest for him is that upgrading your weapons to at least level 3 when you have 2 affixes on them, because that is actually like the on par. But I would not say go for weapons that are like 1 affix or 2 affix until you have like the ability to quote unquote etch an affix onto your weapons. And you get that ability very late in the Craftsman tree at the very bottom, where you have to be level 90.
Wow, interesting. Yeah, that'll be a while for me.
Yeah, so. But the more you spend in the tree, the more that happens. Also, this way.
Oh yeah, following you. Might have missed a vault.
Not just the vault. There's the peddler and the craftsman here. So, peddler there.
Cool. Completely missed these guys. I like it.
Yeah, again, you can look in the top left corner, like when you're walking around, and you can notice that there's the little anvil
oh yeah, the
over in
icon
that
on the
direction.
minimap, you're right. Thank you.
Yeah, and That's what I was saying. Like, if you're always looking around, just make sure to take a glance at that from time to time, just to make sure. And if you think you missed something, just head backwards.
Okay, cool.
So here's something that I can give you. You can have that, the Scorching Rounds.
I like it.
Your Scorching Rounds will, yeah. So then the one that I have has Lucky Shot chance for the next thing, and it also gives you more explosion with more Lucky Shot, while the one that you got was less of an explosion AoE, but gives you more fire rate and a faster reload time.
Cool,
and each shot you miss will give you more things, but definitely pick that one up for sure. And then this guy, the Craftsman, like I said, he just gives you allows you to just upgrade your equipment a little bit, and it gives you 3 enhancements for each of the weapons. So you can only upgrade your weapon 3 times. So just be aware of that.
Yeah, so I guess you do have to eventually swap out all your weapons. You can never invest fully into one. That's interesting.
You can actually invest into one, but you only do that after the first boss.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because the first boss allows you to have 4 affixes, and if you get the etching ability and also a thing called Gemini, you'll actually have the ability to not just increase. Oh, by the way, turn around. Or like once you get back, you may want to go pick up that scroll that's down there.
Oh, cool. Didn't even notice. Let me grab
Yeah,
this.
so each time that a challenge is introduced on the right side, it will drop a, like once you complete that little stage, it will drop a crystal, and that crystal will either be blue or purple. If it's purple, it will give you a scroll out of it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Stay over there.
Oh damn, I may have walked into a few different explosions. Here we go.
Yeah, so the lightning explosion that you can kind of see will actually make you stay in place for a couple of seconds. So if you see that, stay away.
I got you. That's why we have guns, to shoot from a distance.
Yeah. So your character, Nona, has the ability to fire missiles off of her Q.
Yep.
And again, if you want to use Strike Wing more, you can press the your primary skill button to just make him land somewhere, doing damage. Cool. Yeah, there is also another button for her as well, which allows her to change Strike Wing into either the melee mode or the punch mode. I don't know the button on PC. It should be in settings somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll figure it out here.
Actually,
is there any way to get rid of the foundry gun, or not?
No, it's always in your inventory. You can never get rid of it.
Alright, fair enough. It will vault.
Let me actually check. See settings, keep mouse and keyboard. What to primary skill, blah 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 blah. I think I can actually tell you where you can use it.
Sure.
Mechanism before is X. That's not the one I'm looking for. Where is...
You might want to revive me. I don't know if I can get up without you. I don't think my mech here can revive me.
Yeah, no, your mech can once you get the thing, but definitely don't go into the vault unprepared, otherwise that happens.
Yeah, fair enough. Thankfully, I think we were close to the peddler. Maybe you can buy me another life.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
If I find a peddler, I'll definitely pick you up.
Nice, I appreciate it.
No. Nope.
Now you're the star of the stream. This is how I feel when I spectate someone in Rainbow Six Siege, which is most of the time I play that game.
Right, wait for good, stone skin, abnormal speed. I will take that. That is a movement increase. Absolutely wonderful. What is this? Angelic Aura, that's your thing, but I can't disarm it. There's that. Let's see. Your dash is always on a cooldown timer for 2 seconds, so once you use it once, just be aware. You can see it in the bottom right corner of the screen.
Yeah, I think I noticed that cooldown. Same place I look in Overwatch and Marvel Rivals, so thankfully those are transferable.
Yeah, so once you see that on a cooldown, just be aware. It's just
sure.
like, oh yeah.
I'll try to keep dashing. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like dashing is highly recommended because you can actually start being very speedy. In the first stage, you always have 4 stages in the level and then the boss. In area number 2, you will have 3 stages, and then in area 3, it's also 3 stages, and then area 4 will have 2 stages, and then the boss. Hello, Horsehead. Goodbye, Horsehead. Now these guys,
I like it.
the Longbowmen, they are a pain in the butt because of this. But you can move side to side like that just to kind of circumvent their tracking ability. Oh, whoops. Have all the grenades. So just use everything in your arsenal as much as you can.
That seems to be the key to many roguelike games, or just games in general. You just gotta use everything that you can as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, but in this game, the main thing that you always want to have is to focus on builds. Because if you focus on builds, it allows you to really make or break the game.
Okay, cool.
So that's why I always say kind of focus on one of the trees, so you kind of understand like what you're going for. So if you're going with Strike Wing or your grenades, you want to focus up on skill damage. But if you want to focus on weapons, then focus things that boost your weapon's overall damage.
Yeah, for sure. You're clearing out this room, especially with the shield enemies.
Yep.
Good work here.
Hi, Longbowman. Die.
Nice.
Yeah, so no peddler here, which is sad. Oh well.
Eventually there'll be one.
No.
And I think it's guaranteed to happen before the boss, which is good.
This is actually the last area, and there is no peddler here.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but there is one right before the boss. I was hoping to get one before the boss, because if we have one before the boss, I can actually res you to go into this vault.
Well, hopefully you can take on the vault on your own. If you can, you're better at it than me. I believe in you.
But then again, I have way more experience, and I've played this game a lot longer on a console. The problem is
you're
that
level
console didn't have...
198. You're great at this.
Yeah, the downside with console was that there wasn't any of the DLCs or updates because of 505. Like, they've been very lazy on it.
Yeah, there's like a on FAQ on the Discord that says that they're in a legal battle over it because 505 Games never updated the game. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey,
So they're trying to get that done so the consoles can actually have their update. But I gave up and I just got it on PC instead.
Hey,
and I've been...
That you can do that.
And I've been playing it with my boyfriend, and I just speed ran.
Nice. That's I'm glad that you can play it on PC now. That's good.
Yeah. Phantom Scan, that's going to be very helpful.
And great job on that vault.
Thank you. But yeah, like, I'm so used to this, like, game as a whole. Like, you can kind of see, like, what I'm doing is just always staying on the move and just making sure that I'm dashing always and aiming for weak points as much as I can.
Yeah, you're really good at it. That's great. Very happy to have you on my team.
Yeah. Here you are.
Maybe you can buy me the respawn now. Hell yeah. And we're back.
Yeah. So, I already done my etching, but if you need a weapon, I can buy one from the peddler here, so you can kind of have that, and then I can just upgrade it for you.
I appreciate that. I already upgraded these, though. These weapons. So I might not need another one. I'm not sure.
I see. I'm gonna upgrade this Shrieker at least once, and then swap over as my primary.
Sounds good. Ready for the boss when you are.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, we got
So this is a new boss. This is the Golem. You usually can find multiple bosses the more times you you get new bosses after 3 kills of the same first boss.
Okay, cool.
His weak point is the chest.
Then let's shoot the chest.
Yeah, just make sure to look up and destroy those things as much as you can. Destroy the rocks that are up in the sky, because they will start to track you and hit you.
Alright.
Yeah, and he likes to fire his fist, but literally when he starts to fire his fist, just head backwards.
Gotta definitely keep our distance from this guy. Luckily, he has a big target in the middle of his chest. It's very good for shooting.
Yeah, his little laser, you can hide behind the pillars and it will destroy the pillars, but you can also just jump it without needing to hide behind cover.
Hell yeah, victory.
Yeah.
Great job.
So each time you kill a boss, you'll always get a legendary scroll out of it.
Very cool.
And then a golden goblet. So you always want to go into here just to make sure. Also, pyro dominance. Yes, please. More fire. I don't really have that many good weapons this time. Total weapon damage again. Oh, but this bone dragon though. That's actually quite nice. Yeah, I'll take that. Alright. So in reincarnation, you'll have a new vendor in the very beginning. Or 2 vendors. Actually, I should say, no, there's like 3 new vendors in reincarnation that you'll actually be able to find. But most, 2 of them will take your actual currency that you get to use on your talents and whatnot. So that's why I'm saying, like, when it comes to that, you want to kind of get into reincarnation when you have most of your talents fully unlocked, because then you can start using that over there instead.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm on the desert stage now.
So this
Hopefully
is
I'll
the
get
Bone
enough
Dragon.
talent points
It likes to,
use your tips.
yeah, this is Bone Dragon. This likes to create black holes.
Yeah, I can tell. There's a lot of them. Well, there was a moment ago, at least.
Yeah. So usually what it does, it just likes to send black holes that I like to shoot, and then it will start to bring in the crowd and then explode.
Alright, that sounds fun.
Yeah. I don't see a vault around here, but then again, you can always find them in beginning areas or middle areas or the end areas, so it just depends.
I guess, like most of the other levels, they're randomized where the vaults are. Keep an eye out.
Yes, always. Also, Peddler is right here, so we can buy our gear.
Nice.
Ooh, double exhilaration? Yes, please. I would like more skill capacity. Rogue Arsonists. Ooh, okay. So here's something that you should know. If you take a look at the sword real quick, notice how there's a orange effect on it?
Yep.
So those are called exclusive inscriptions, and what those do is they're basically the most powerful compared to the green and compared to the blue. So when you see a exclusive inscription, look at it, see if it works for you, and then if it does, pick it up.
Cool. I'll keep an eye out. Glad to know a rare thing when I see it.
So for myself, I do need a lightning weapon, a poison weapon, or a fire weapon, and then I'm going to need another weapon that has a different element on top of it. Because you can actually combine elements to make a new elemental fusion.
Cool. Hopefully I can do that at some point soon. Make a whole new element for my weapons.
Oh yeah, no. Basically, you can just use 2 weapons that have 2 different elements, and it will do that. So, weapons that are like the lightning and corrosive as an example, or decay, when you have two of those elements together, they will create a elemental fusion called miasma.
Okay, cool.
God, I'm not getting that many good ascensions for myself to increase my thing. Ah, there's the vault.
Found the vault over there. Oh yeah, there it is. Good find.
Yeah. But yeah, do you already feel like your gameplay is getting a little bit better after just dashing away more?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. Just knowing to always use all my abilities on the cooldown. The dash and the character abilities as well. I like the different feel of all of them. Like, I like how the shoulder missiles and the neck feel to this character.
Yeah, and there are multiple ways to get more of the things, but look at the character, look at the two dots, right? How you see like there's one where it's like a green cloud and then a lightning? That is miasma.
Okay, cool.
That is... Ooh. Yes, please. That is a illusion. I will gladly take that.
Nice, nice. Some good
Sadly,
loot.
it's a...
Some more scrolls here.
Yeah, ooh, Deadly Curse. 75% weapon and skill damage, but minus my max HP. But you know what? I'm taking it.
Nice, nice. Good find.
Very good find, because it increases 75% total damage for both my weapons and skills.
Nice. Ready for the
so
next
I get
one.
a massive
Here we
boost.
go.
So another thing that can happen as well in the Craftsman tree is that you'll get a thing called a Gemini inscription when you can do that. And what those do, it actually makes you have to have two weapons. It doesn't matter if they're the same or different, but they have to both have the same Gemini effect to activate it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so what they do is just basically, there's a couple that do certain things. Like one is to share elemental bonuses between both of them. So like if one's lightning, you can have the other one as corrosive or fire, and then they will both have that elemental effect with an added proc chance for both.
Alright, cool. I guess that'll come up more as I level up a character. It's good.
Yeah. And again, like, that's why I always say, like, when it comes down to it, make sure to have at least a survival tree going, because once you have that going, you can start earning more and more of those stuff, compared to something like, damage or peddler things. Like, priority is definitely survival over anything else.
Yeah, I'm glad I know which skill tree to level up.
Yeah, and then after that, it is any of the damage types.
Good to know.
So, yeah, so one of the things that you should probably understand is the damage type known as Lucky Shot Chance, and then the other one called Crit X. Crit X increases how much damage you get to do to enemies in their weak point. So hitting enemies in the head, back, their glowing spots or whatnot, you do more damage with those, while Lucky Shot Chance increases the actual crit value. So if you ever think of games like Star Rail or Baldur's Gate or whatnot, like the actual crit, that's how you can increase that damage value, is with Crit X. They both work hand in hand together because they are two separate things, but you can't immediately increase Lucky Shot Chance because it doesn't have a Lucky Shot damage multiplier or anything like that.
Okay.
But you can keep increasing the number from 100% all the way up to 300%. So you can go beyond to start hitting numbers that are like red.
Yeah, it's cool how much the percentages can stack.
Yeah.
There are a lot of spiders in this level.
Yep. That's what you get for this area. And there we go. Just here, it's red. Ooh. I'm gonna replace all the normals. Nice, Lucky Shot Chance, but I get less stability. Craftsman is also here that I can see. It looks like I'm going down the toxic rabbit hole. You don't want to continue, Because again, we still haven't found the vault or any of the other things. So,
okay, fair enough. Let me follow you.
That's why it's like, it's always best to not continue going forward and just to kind of take a quick look around in the main area just to make sure you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, for sure.
You would have missed that guy. Yeah, because you would have missed that guy over there. Yeah, and over here, like, there's a couple of weapons that are on the floor that you would have absolutely missed as well. Because we have not found the vault yet. Now, granted, sometimes the vaults won't appear in some levels, but it's like very, very rare. So, but that's why I always say make sure to look around just in case we missed one, because they can be on rocks and whatnot. Yeah, and I'm all the way back at the beginning and there's nothing back here. So it could be at the final entrance for where the vault is.
Sure. I'll follow you back up here, worst case scenario. The portal is where we end up anyway.
Yeah. You can jump off of the zip lines as well, and you will be needing to do those because some of the vaults will have a parkour challenge, and one of those challenges involves the zip line.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah. Another thing is that some of the vaults as well, like the ones with the chests and whatnot. Oh, spider. Some of the chests will also have the ability to what's the word I'm looking for? Have a secret hidden chest that's locked behind a challenge, or it's just a little extra bonus on top of it if you take your time going through it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so for an example, do you remember that one room in the beginning area where it has like the rolling balls, like the little death trap, where you go all the way to the end to get your first chest? In that same room, there's a second one where in the second part of that rolling, with the rolling balls, hey, look, the ball's all the way over there. You can find a hidden chest that's at the very like back. So if we find that one other time, or like I'll show you what I mean, like how certain vaults will have a second chest that you can pick up. Ooh, you die, sir, Mr. Desert Titan. You okay?
Yep, I was leveling up the weapon.
Ah.
I appreciate the tip. Did you already clear out everyone?
Yeah, I already killed everybody. The vault is above the chest, so it was right back here. Yeah, so don't, like I said, don't go through the stages, just look around a little bit and then move on.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so. Because again, you don't want to miss the vault accidentally, because the vaults are like the main way of getting the most amount of power possible in the game. Because they give you all the scrolls and whatnot, right? Alright, head this way. Follow me.
Alright, nice. Right behind you.
Also, pulling out the Foundry Blessing does give you a speed boost.
Alright.
Yeah, so if you're always on the move, just pull out the little pistol and you'll be able to move faster. See?
Nice. Good eye.
Yeah, so that's why I always say, like, don't go forward fully. Just head back and look around a little bit, because sometimes you will miss the vault if you keep going forward accidentally.
Yeah, sure. No really big guys so far.
Yeah, and there are priority targets that you kind of do want to kill first, like some of the bigger boys, like you don't really need to worry about, but the ranged guys I will always say take priority because they can be a bit more of a nuisance.
Okay, cool.
Especially like the bandit retainers because they have tracking bullets. While the big guys are always slow.
Thank you for the revive. Run over here. Shoot them from over here.
So by the way, the guys with like the barrels on the back, you can actually shoot those to cause them to explode and instantly kill them. So, wait for good.
Yeah, it's no, thank you.
Yeah, so we're done here. Like, literally, a challenge like this one with the 2 swords just means it's a battle type, which means if you complete it, you'll just get the 1 chest that you can pick up for the scrolls. There's the ones with a fire on them, which is just like a special version. Then, so they can have 2 versions where you have to hold out on a thing, and then another one is you have to kill a specific enemy in order to do that. The ones with the head are always elite fights, so those big guys with like the purple names. You have to kill those guys in order to beat it, and then the ones with the chest just means like, hey, you can get yourself a free scroll if you get to the end, but there's a second hidden scroll that's inside of it. So. Yeah, there's nothing else here, so we can move forward. There we go.
Nice, nice. Great job.
Yeah, the main thing right now is just that I need ammo. Acid Dominance, thank you. Sadly, I don't think there is a peddler around here from what I can tell, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, no, there's no peddler. Lame. Ah, Ichiosaurus, hello.
Looks
so
like
another
it
thing as well
belongs in
is
Monster
the
Hunter. Nice.
Yeah, so
stage.
depending, yeah, on the final one that you can actually look at, it will tell you like which boss it will be for when you're wanting to fight it.
Okay, cool. That's very handy.
Yeah. Ooh, I got the Share Elemental.
Nice, nice.
Nice. I
Leaving
will
the sword behind.
gladly take. So, okay, if you click C real quick and look at my weapons, you can see what I mean by the Gemini. It's the purple etch that's on it. So notice how it's purple, and if you look at both of them, they both have it, and they're glowing purple.
You mean these right here?
The two, yeah, my two weapons that have the Gemini purple effect. If you read it, it says, Gemini weapon 1 and 2 share their elemental advantages, and there's a chance to apply the elemental effect from the other weapon. So that means that you have to have two weapons that have the exact same effect to actually have the Gemini activated. That's how that works.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So that's what Geminis are supposed to do. So shall we go kill Ichiosaurus?
Sure. Hopefully I can get some of those weapon modifiers soon.
Yeah, bosses give you the most amount of soul essences, and if you kill the first boss a lot of the times, you can gain a lot very quickly.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, and this guy, you want to aim for his mouth.
Nice. Looks like a big target. I like it.
Yeah, watch out for the beam.
Melting him. I like it.
Yeah, and now we gotta kill the little ads.
After this, I'm probably going to take a break, just so you know, from the stream since I've been going a while. But I really appreciate you carrying me through this. And Baldur's Gate 3. I'd love to play more with you at some point.
And like I said, once we get to the next area, we can definitely exit out of the game so we can save, for sure.
Yeah, that's a really good feature. So I gotta get out of the acid. Damn, I was not quite quick enough.
Done.
Nice, got me with the revive.
Yeah, so once you kill the boss when it's very close to death, just literally just go after the boss and you'll be fine.
Nice. Amazing
Energy Echo.
win at the end. And Iron Wing is back.
Yes. But yeah, that's how this game more or less works, is just finding the scrolls that are tailor-made to build up your character. You pick up ascensions that are going to go circling around what you want to do, and then you just find both of those scrolls that will work for it in order to do it. So if you want to increase your overall strike wing power and your character's secondary ability, grab a lot of skill damage based effects. If you grab ones that are... if you're going down the weapon route, you want to pick up scrolls that increase your weapon's overall performance, and then also the scrolls that can help with that, and then grabbing the right weapons with the right affix that is more tailor-made for you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I'm getting the hang of this whole thing finally, little by little. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the tips.
Yeah, no worries. So let's hit the quit button. So you are host of this game if you exit affects other players' gaming experience. Yes, so let's exit.
Alright, nice. Yeah. Thank you for carrying me on this. Would love to play this again with you soon. Gotta take a break for now, but I'll be back on later.
Yeah, so once you are done with that, and you let me know when you're online, and I will definitely help you a little bit more, just so you can kind of understand what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
Another
Thank
thing
you for
as
tuning
well.
in.
Yeah, another thing as well. In the main menu, if you look at where it says logbook, you can actually kind of see weapons that are available to you, but there are weapons that are going to be locked behind specific stuff that you need to complete in order to actually have the weapon fully available. So for an example, one of the weapons that I don't have unlocked is called the Fire Dragon. You have to kill fire lizards 40 times with fire damage. So, and then once that happens, you unlock that weapon permanently forever. So always look at both the weapons and the occult scrolls to actually see which things you need to unlock for what. And then you go down into the monster tab just to see like which enemies are which enemy is what, so you can kind of understand I need to kill elite kappas, I need to kill Dragon Xian, the arrogant lobster, the spider hunters, and the spiderlings. Like, you go through that list just to see which enemy is what, and then kill them accordingly.
Alright, yeah, sounds good. Very cool.
Yeah, so
I'll keep track of that. Awesome. Alright, thanks for playing with me again. I will catch you next time. Hope to get carried by you again. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, I would definitely also say play this game definitely on your own time, because once you start playing by yourself and you actually start to understand the game more from yourself, it actually becomes a lot easier and easier once you understand how the system works.
Yeah, absolutely. Like a lot of roguelikes, I guess, but definitely this one.
Yeah, so for sure. If you want to farm your soul essence more easily, like I said, literally just kill the first boss, go into the next world stage, and then just have an enemy kill you, and then you can literally just farm that same boss over and over again.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I guess same gameplay loop kind of as Borderlands in that sense, farming bosses over and over.
Pretty much, but all it really does is just getting the permanent progression materials, and that's about it.
Alright, cool.
Yeah.
Cool,
So,
I hope to catch you next
take care.
stream. I will,
Yeah.
I'm gonna end the stream now and log off, but I will catch you next time, man. Thank you for the carries in this game
Yeah, no
and Baldur's
worries.
Gate. I will catch
Take
you
care,
later.
dude.